This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 3. President Le Chapelier. The ferment of Paris, which during the 2 following days resembled an armed camp rather than a city, delayed the burial of Bertrand des Amis until the Wednesday of that eventful week. Amid events that were shaking a nation to its foundations, the death of a fencing master passed almost unnoticed even among his pupils, most of whom did not come to the academy during the 2 days that his body lay there. Some few, however, did come, and these conveyed the news to others, with the result that the master was followed to Père Lachaise by a score of young men, at the head of whom, as chief mourner, walked Andre-Louis. There were no relatives to be advised so far as Andre-Louis was aware, although within a week of M. des Amis' death a sister turned up from Passy to claim his heritage. This was considerable, for the master had prospered and saved money, most of which was invested in the Compagnie des Eaux and the national debt. Andre-Louis consigned her to the lawyers, and saw her no more. The death of des Amis left him with so profound a sense of loneliness and desolation that he had no thought or care for the sudden access of fortune which it automatically procured him. To the master's sister might fall such wealth as he had amassed, but Andre-Louis succeeded to the mine itself from which that wealth had been extracted, the fencing school, in which by now he was himself so well established as an instructor that its numerous pupils looked to him to carry it forward successfully as its chief. And never was there a season in which fencing academies knew such prosperity as in these troubled days, when every man was sharpening his sword and schooling himself in the uses of it. It was not until a couple of weeks later that Andre-Louis realized what had really happened to him, and he found himself at the same time an exhausted man. For during that fortnight he had been doing the work of 2. If he had not hit upon the happy expedient of pairing off his more advanced pupils to fence with each other, himself standing by to criticize, correct, and otherwise instruct, he must have found the task utterly beyond his strength. Even so, it was necessary for him to fence some 6 hours daily, and every day he brought arrears of lassitude from yesterday, until he was in danger of succumbing under the increasing burden of fatigue. In the end, he took an assistant to deal with beginners, who gave the hardest work. He found him readily enough by good fortune in one of his own pupils named Leduc. As the summer advanced, and the concourse of pupils steadily increased, it became necessary for him to take yet another assistant, an able young instructor named Galoche, and another room on the floor above. They were strenuous days for Andre-Louis, more strenuous than he had ever known, even when he had been at work to build up the Binet Company. But it follows that they were days of extraordinary prosperity. He comments regretfully upon the fact that Bertrand des Amis should have died by ill chance on the very eve of so profitable a vogue of swordplay. The arms of the Académie du Roi, to which Andre-Louis had no title, still continued to be displayed outside his door. He had overcome the difficulty in a manner worthy of Scaramouche. He left the escutcheon and the legend Académie de Bertrand des Amis, Maître en fait d'armes des Académies du Roi, appending to it further legend, conducted by Andre-Louis. With little time now in which to go abroad, it was from his pupils and the newspapers, of which a flood had risen in Paris with the establishment of the freedom of the press, that he learnt of the revolutionary processes around him. Followed upon, as a measure of anticlimax, the fall of the Bastille. That had happened whilst M. des Amis lay dead, on the day before they buried him, and was indeed the chief reason of the delay in his burial. It was an event that had its inspiration in that ill-considered charge of Prince Lambesc, in which the fencing-master had been killed. The outraged people had besieged the electors in the Hôtel de Ville, demanding arms with which to defend their lives from these foreign murderers hired by despotism. And in the end the electors had consented to give them arms, or rather, for arms it had none to give, to permit them to arm themselves. Also it had given them a cockade of red and blue, the colours of Paris. Because these colours were also those of the liveries of the Duke of Orleans, white was added to them, the white of the ancient standard of France, and thus was the tricolour born. Further, a permanent committee of electors was appointed to watch over public order. Thus empowered, the people went to work with such good effect that within 36 hours 60,000 pikes had been forged. At 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, 30,000 men were before the Invalides. By 11 o'clock they had ravished it of its store of arms, amounting to some 30,000 muskets, whilst others had seized the arsenal and possessed themselves of powder. Thus they prepared to resist the attack that from 7 points was to be launched that evening upon the city. But Paris did not wait for the attack. It took the initiative. Mad with enthusiasm, it conceived the insane project of taking that terrible, menacing fortress, the Bastille. And what is more, it succeeded, as you know, before 5 o'clock that night, aided in the enterprise by the French guards with cannon. The news of it, borne to Versailles by Lambesc, in flight with his dragoons before the vast armed force that had sprouted from the paving stones of Paris, gave the court pause. The people were in possession of the guns captured from the Bastille. They were erecting barricades in the streets and mounting these guns upon them. The attack had been too long delayed. It must be abandoned, since now it could lead only to fruitless slaughter that must further shake the already sorely shaken prestige of royalty. And so the court, growing momentarily wise again under the spur of fear, preferred to temporize. Necker should be brought back yet once again. The three orders should sit united as the National Assembly demanded. It was the completest surrender of force to force, the only argument. The king went alone to inform the National Assembly of that 11th hour resolve, to the great comfort of its members, who viewed with pain and alarm the dreadful state of things in Paris. No force but the force of reason and argument was their watchword, and it was so to continue for 2 years yet, with a patience and fortitude in the face of ceaseless provocation to which insufficient justice has been done. As the king was leaving the assembly, a woman, embracing his knees, gave tongue to what might well be the question of all France. "Ah, sire, are you really sincere? Are you sure they will not make you change your mind?" Yet no such question was asked when a couple of days later the king, alone and unguarded, save by the representatives of the nation, came to Paris to complete the peacemaking, the surrender of privilege. The court was filled with terror by the adventure. Were they not the enemy, these mutinous Parisians, and should a king go thus among his enemies? If he shared some of that fear, as the gloom of him might lead us to suppose, he must have found it idle. What if 200,000 men under arms, men without uniforms and with the most extraordinary motley of weapons ever seen, awaited him? They awaited him as a guard of honor. Mayor Bailey, at the barrier, presented him with the keys of the city. These are the same keys that were presented to Henri IV. He had reconquered his people. Now the people have reconquered their king. At the Hôtel de Ville, Mayor Bailey offered him the new cockade, the tricolored symbol of constitutional France. And when he had given his royal confirmation to the formation of the Garde Bourgeoise and to the appointment of Bailly and Lafayette, he departed again for Versailles amid the shouts of "Vive le Roi" from his loyal people. And now you see privilege, before the cannon's mouth, as it were, submitting at last. Where had they submitted sooner, they might have saved oceans of blood, chiefly their own. They come, nobles and clergy, to join the National Assembly, to labor with it upon this constitution that is to regenerate France. But the reunion is a mockery. As much a mockery as that of the Archbishop of Paris singing the Te Deum for the fall of the Bastille. Most grotesque and incredible of all these grotesque and incredible events. All that has happened to the National Assembly is that it has introduced 500 or 600 enemies to hamper and hinder its deliberations. But all this is an oft-told tale, to be read in detail elsewhere. I give you here just so much of it as I have found in Andre-Louis' own writings, almost in his own words, reflecting the changes that were operating in his mind. Silent now, he came fully to believe in those things in which he had not believed when earlier he had preached them. Meanwhile, together with the change in his fortune, had come a change in his position towards the law, a change brought about by the other changes wrought around him. No longer need he hide himself. Who in these days would prefer against him the grotesque charge of sedition for what he had done in Brittany? What court would dare to send him to the gallows for having said in advance what all France was saying now? As for that other possible charge of murder, who should concern himself with the death of the miserable Binet killed by him, if indeed he had killed him, as he hoped, in self-defense? And so, one fine day in early August, Andre-Louis gave himself a holiday from the Academy, which was now working smoothly under his assistance, hired a chaise and drove out to Versailles, to the Café d'Amaury, which he knew for the meeting place of the Club Breton, the seed from which was to spring that society of the Friends of the Constitution, better known as the Jacobins. He went to seek Le Chapelier, who had been one of the founders of the club, a man of great prominence now, president of the Assembly in this important season when it was deliberating upon the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Le Chapelier's importance was reflected in the sudden servility of the shirt-sleeved, white-aproned waiter of whom Andre-Louis inquired for the representative. Monsieur Le Chapelier was above stairs, with friends. The waiter desired to serve the gentleman, but hesitated to break in upon the assembly, in which Monsieur le Député found himself. Andre-Louis gave him a piece of silver to encourage him to make the attempt. Then he sat down at a marble-topped table by the window, looking out over the wide, tree-encircled square. There, in that common room of the café, deserted at this hour of mid-afternoon, the great man came to him. Less than a year ago he had yielded precedence to Andre-Louis in a matter of delicate leadership. Today he stood on the heights, one of the great leaders of the nation in travail, and Andre-Louis was deep down in the shadows of the general mass. The thought was in the minds of both as they scanned each other, each noting in the other the marked change that a few months had wrought. In Le Chapelier, Andre-Louis observed certain heightened refinements of dress that went with certain subtler refinements of countenance. He was thinner than of old, his face was pale, and there was a weariness in the eyes that considered his visitor through a gold-rimmed spyglass. In Andre-Louis, those jaded but quick-moving eyes of the Breton deputy noted changes even more marked. The almost constant swordsmanship of these last months had given Andre-Louis a grace of movement, a poise, and a curious, indefinable air of dignity, of command. He seemed taller by virtue of this, and he was dressed with an elegance which, if quiet, was none the less rich. He wore a small, silver-hilted sword, and wore it as if used to it, and his black hair, that Le Chapelier had never seen other than fluttering lank about his bony cheeks, was glossy now and gathered into a club. Almost he had the air of a petit maître. In both, however, the changes were purely superficial, as each was soon to reveal to the other. Le Chapelier was ever the same direct and downright Breton, abrupt of manner and of speech. He stood smiling a moment in mingled surprise and pleasure, then opened wide his arms. They embraced under the awe-stricken gaze of the waiter, who at once effaced himself. "Andre-Louis, my friend, whence do you drop?" "We drop from above. I come from below to survey at close quarters one who is on the heights." "On the heights? But that you willed it so, it is yourself might now be standing in my place." "I have a poor head for heights, and I find the atmosphere too rarefied. Indeed, you look none too well on it yourself, Isaac. You are pale. The Assembly was in session all last night. That is all. These damned privileged multiply our difficulties. They will do so until we decry their abolition." They sat down. "Abolition? You contemplate so much? Not that you surprise me. You have always been an extremist." "I contemplate it that I may save them. I seek to abolish them officially, so as to save them from abolition of another kind at the hands of a people they exasperate." "I see. And the king?" "The king is the incarnation of the nation. We shall deliver him together with the nation from the bondage of privilege. Our constitution will accomplish it. You agree?" Andre-Louis shrugged. "Does it matter? I am a dreamer in politics, not a man of action. Until lately I have been very moderate, more moderate than you think. But now, almost, I am a republican. I have been watching, and I have perceived that this king is just nothing, a puppet who dances according to the hand that pulls the string." "This king, you say? What other king is possible? You are surely not of those who weave dreams about Orleans. He has a sort of party, a following largely recruited by the popular hatred of the Queen, and the known fact that she hates him. There are some who have thought of making him regent, some even more. Robespierre is of the number." "Who?" asked Andre-Louis, to whom the name was unknown. "Robespierre, a preposterous little lawyer who represents Arras, a shabby, clumsy, timid dullard, who will make speeches through his nose to which nobody listens. An ultra-royalist, whom the royalists and the Orleanists are using for their own ends. He has pertinacity, and he insists upon being heard. He may be listened to some day, but that he or the others will ever make anything of Orleans? Pish! Orleans himself may desire it, but the man is a eunuch in crime. He would, but he can't. The phrase is Mirabeau's. He broke off to demand Andre-Louis' news of himself. "You did not treat me as a friend when you wrote to me," he complained. "You gave me no clue to your whereabouts. You represented yourself as on the verge of destitution and withheld from me the means to come to your assistance. I have been troubled in my mind about you, Andre. Yet to judge by your appearance, I might have spared myself that. You seem prosperous, assured. Tell me of it." Andre-Louis told him frankly all that there was to tell. "Do you know that you are an amazement to me?" said the deputy. "From the robe to the buskin, and now from the buskin to the sword. What will be the end of you, I wonder?" "The gallows, probably." "Pish! Be serious. Why not the toga of the senator in senatorial France? It might be yours now if you had willed it so." "The surest way to the gallows of all," laughed Andre-Louis. At the moment, Le Chapelier manifested impatience. I wonder, did the phrase cross his mind that day 4 years later, when he himself rode in the death cart to the Greve? "We are 66 Breton deputies in the Assembly. Should a vacancy occur, will you act as suppliant? A word from me, together with the influence of your name in Rennes and Nantes, and the thing is done." Andre-Louis laughed outright. "Do you know, Isaac, that I never met you, but you seek to thrust me into politics?" "Because you have a gift for politics. You were born for politics." "Ah, yes. Scaramouche in real life. I've played it on the stage. Let that suffice. Tell me, Isaac, what news of my old friend, La Tour d'Azyr?" "He is here in Versailles, damn him. A thorn in the flesh of the Assembly. They've burnt his chateau at La Tour d'Azyr. Unfortunately, he wasn't in it at the time. The flames haven't even singed his insolence. He dreams that when this philosophic aberration is at an end, there will be serfs to rebuild it for him." "So, there has been trouble in Brittany." Andre-Louis had become suddenly grave, his thoughts swinging to Gavrillac. "An abundance of it, and elsewhere, too. Can you wonder? These delays at such a time with famine in the land? Chateaux have been going up in smoke during the last fortnight. The peasants took their cue from the Parisians, and treated every castle as a Bastille. Order is being restored there as here, and they are quieter now." "What of Gavrillac? Do you know?" "I believe all to be well. M. de Kercadiou was not a Marquis de La Tour d'Azyr. He was in sympathy with his people. It is not likely that they would injure Gavrillac. But don't you correspond with your godfather?" "In the circumstances? No. What you tell me would make it now more difficult than ever, for he must account me one of those who helped to light the torch that has set fire to so much belonging to his class. Ascertain for me that all is well, and let me know." "I will, at once." At parting, when Andre-Louis was on the point of stepping into his cabriolet to return to Paris, he sought information on another matter. "Do you happen to know if M. de La Tour d'Azyr has married?" he asked. "I don't. which really means that he hasn't. One would have heard of it in the case of that exalted privileged. To be sure. Andre-Louis spoke indifferently. Au revoir, Isaac. You'll come and see me. 13 Rue d'Assard. Come soon. As soon and as often as my duties will allow. They keep me chained here at present. Poor slave of duty with your gospel of liberty. True, and because of that I will come. I have a duty to Brittany, to make omnes omnibus one of her representatives in the National Assembly. That is a duty you will oblige me by neglecting, laughed Andre-Louis, and drove away. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 4. At Meudon. Later in the week, he received a visit from Le Chapelier just before noon. I have news for you, Andre. Your godfather is at Meudon. He arrived there 2 days ago. Had you heard? But no. How should I hear? Why is he at Meudon? He was conscious of a faint excitement, which he could hardly have explained. I don't know. There have been fresh disturbances in Brittany. It may be due to that. And so he has come for shelter to his brother? Asked Andre-Louis. To his brother's house, yes, but not to his brother. Where do you live at all, Andre? Do you never hear any of the news? Etienne de Gavrillac emigrated years ago. He was of the household of Monsieur d'Artois, and he crossed the frontier with him. By now, no doubt, he is in Germany with him, conspiring against France. For that is what the émigrés are doing. That Austrian woman at the Tuileries will end by destroying the monarchy. Yes, yes, said Andre-Louis impatiently. Politics interested him not at all this morning. But about Gavrillac. Why, haven't I told you that Gavrillac is at Meudon, installed in the house his brother has left? Dieu de Dieu! Don't I speak French, or don't you understand the language? I believe that Rabouillet, his intendant, is in charge of Gavrillac. I have brought you the news the moment I received it. I thought you would probably wish to go out to Meudon. Of course. I will go at once. That is, as soon as I can. I can't today, nor yet tomorrow. I am too busy here. He waved a hand towards the inner room, whence proceeded the click-click of blades, the quick moving of feet, and the voice of the instructor, Leduc. Well, well, that is your own affair. You are busy. I leave you now. Let us dine this evening at the Café de Foy. Kersain will be of the party. A moment. Andre-Louis' voice arrested him on the threshold. Is Mademoiselle de Kercadiou with her uncle? How the devil should I know? Go and find out. He was gone, and Andre-Louis stood there a moment deep in thought. Then he turned and went back to resume with his pupil, the Vicomte de Villignort, the interrupted exposition of the demi-contre of Danae, illustrating with a small sword the advantages to be derived from its adoption. Thereafter he fenced with the Vicomte, who was perhaps the ablest of his pupils at the time, and all the while his thoughts were on the heights of Meudon, his mind casting up the lessons he had to give that afternoon and on the morrow, and wondering which of these he might postpone without deranging the academy. When, having touched the Vicomte 3 times in succession, he paused and wrenched himself back to the present. It was to marvel at the precision to be gained by purely mechanical action. Without bestowing a thought upon what he was doing, his wrist and arm and knees had automatically performed their work, like the accurate fighting engine into which constant practice for a year and more had combined them. Not until Sunday was Andre-Louis able to satisfy a wish which the impatience of the intervening days had converted into a yearning. Dressed with more than ordinary care, his head elegantly coiffed by one of those hairdressers to the nobility, of whom so many were being thrown out of employment by the stream of emigration which was now flowing freely, Andre-Louis mounted his hired carriage and drove out to Meudon. The house of the younger Kercadiou no more resembled that of the head of the family than did his person. A man of the court, where his brother was essentially a man of the soil, an officer of the household of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, he had built for himself and his family an imposing villa on the heights of Meudon, in a miniature park, conveniently situated from him midway between Versailles and Paris, and easily accessible from either. Monsieur d'Artois, the royal tennis player, had been amongst the very first to emigrate. Together with the Condés, the Contis, the Polignacs, and others of the Queen's intimate council, old Marshal de Broglie and the Prince de Lambesc, who realized that their very names had become odious to the people. He had quitted France immediately after the fall of the Bastille. He had gone to play tennis beyond the frontier, and there consummate the work of ruining the French monarchy upon which he and those others had been engaged in France. With him, amongst several members of his household, went Etienne de Kercadiou, and with Etienne de Kercadiou went his family, a wife and 4 children. Thus it was that the Seigneur de Gavrillac, glad to escape from a province so peculiarly disturbed as that of Brittany, where the nobles had shown themselves the most intransigent of all France, had come to occupy in his brother's absence the courtier's handsome villa at Meudon. That he was quite happy there is not to be supposed. A man of his almost Spartan habits, accustomed to plain fare and self-help, was a little uneasy in this sybaritic abode, with its soft carpets, profusion of gilding, and battalion of sleek, silent-footed servants. For Kercadiou the younger had left his entire household behind. Time, which at Gavrillac he had kept so fully employed in agrarian concerns, here hung heavily upon his hands. In self-defense he slept a great deal, and but for Aline, who made no attempt to conceal her delight at this proximity to Paris and the heart of things, it is possible that he would have beat a retreat almost at once from surroundings that sorted so ill with his habits. Later on, perhaps, he would accustom himself and grow resigned to this luxurious inactivity. In the meantime, the novelty of it fretted him, and it was into the presence of a peevish and rather somnolent Monsieur de Kercadiou that Andre-Louis was ushered in the early hours of the afternoon of that Sunday in June. He was unannounced, as had ever been the custom at Gavrillac. This because Benoit, Monsieur de Kercadiou's old seneschal, had accompanied his seigneur upon this soft adventure, and was installed, to the ceaseless and but half-concealed hilarity of the impertinent valetaille that Monsieur Etienne had left, as his maître d'hôtel here at Meudon. Benoit had welcomed Monsieur Andre with incoherencies of delight. Almost had he gambolled about him like some faithful dog, whilst conducting him to the salon and the presence of the Lord of Gavrillac, who would, in the words of Benoit, be ravished to see Monsieur Andre again. "Monseigneur! Monseigneur!" he cried in a quavering voice, entering a pace or two in advance of the visitor. "It is Monsieur Andre. Monsieur Andre, your godson, who comes to kiss your hand. He is here, and so fine that you would hardly know him. Here he is, Monseigneur. Is he not beautiful?" And the old servant rubbed his hands in conviction of the delight that he believed he was conveying to his master. Andre-Louis crossed the threshold of that great room, soft-carpeted to the foot, dazzling to the eye. It was immensely lofty, and its festooned ceiling was carried on fluted pillars with gilded capitals. The door by which he entered, and the windows that had opened upon the garden, were of an enormous height, almost, indeed, the full height of the room itself. It was a room overwhelmingly gilded, with an abundance of ormolu incrustations on the furniture, in which it nowise differed from what was customary in the dwellings of people of birth and wealth. Never, indeed, was there a time in which so much gold was employed decoratively as in this age, when coined gold was almost unprocurable, and paper money had been put into circulation to supply the lack. It was a saying of Andre-Louis that if these people could only have been induced to put the paper on their walls and the gold into their pockets, the finances of the kingdom might soon have been in better case. The seigneur, furbished and beruffled to harmonize with his surroundings, had risen, startled by this exuberant invasion on the part of Benoit, who had been almost as forlorn as himself since their coming to Meudon. "What is it? Eh?" His pale, short-sighted eyes peered at the visitor. "Andre," said he, between surprise and sternness, and the colour deepened in his great pink face. Benoit, with his back to his master, deliberately winked and grinned at Andre-Louis to encourage him not to be put off by any apparent hostility on the part of his godfather. That done, the intelligent old fellow discreetly effaced himself. "What do you want here?" growled M. de Kercadiou. "No more than to kiss your hand, as Benoit has told you, Monsieur my godfather," said Andre-Louis submissively, bowing his sleek black head. "You have contrived without kissing it for 2 years." "Do not, monsieur, reproach me with my misfortune." The little man stood very stiffly erect, his disproportionately large head thrown back, his pale, prominent eyes very stern. "Did you think to make your outrageous offence any better by vanishing in that heartless manner? By leaving us without knowledge of whether you were alive or dead?" "At first it was dangerous to my life, to disclose my whereabouts. Then, for a time I was in need, almost destitute, and my pride forbade me, after what I had done and the view you must take of it, to appeal to you for help. Later..." "Destitute?" the seigneur interrupted. For a moment his lip trembled. Then he steadied himself, and the frown deepened as he surveyed this very changed and elegant godson of his, noted the quiet richness of his apparel, the paste buckles and red heels to his shoes, the sword hilted in mother-o'-pearl and silver, and the carefully dressed hair that he had always seen hanging in wisps about his face. "At least you do not look destitute now," he sneered. "I am not. I have prospered since. In that, monsieur, I differ from the ordinary prodigal, who returns only when he needs assistance. I return solely because I love you, monsieur. To tell you so. I have come at the very first moment after hearing of your presence here." He advanced. "Monsieur, my godfather," he said, and held out his hand. But M. de Kercadiou remained unbending, wrapped in his cold dignity and resentment. "Whatever tribulations you may have suffered, or consider that you may have suffered, they are far less than your disgraceful conduct deserved. And I observe that they have nothing abated your impudence. You think that you have but to come here and say, 'Monsieur, my godfather,' and everything is to be forgiven and forgotten. That is your error. You have committed too great a wrong. You have offended against everything by which I hold, and against myself personally, by your betrayal of my trust in you. You are one of those unspeakable scoundrels who are responsible for this revolution." "Alas, monsieur, I see that you share the common delusion. These unspeakable scoundrels but demanded a constitution, as was promised them from the throne. They were not to know that the promise was insincere, or that its fulfillment would be balked by the privileged orders. The men who have precipitated this revolution, monsieur, are the nobles and the prelates." "You dare, at such a time as this, stand there and tell me such abominable lies? You dare to say that the nobles have made the revolution, when scores of them, following the example of Monsieur le Duc d'Aiguillon, have flung their privileges, even their title deeds, into the lap of the people? Or perhaps you deny it?" "Oh, no. Having wantonly set fire to their house, they now try to put it out by throwing water on it. And where they fail, they put the entire blame on the flames." "I see that you have come back here to talk politics." "Far from it. I have come, if possible, to explain myself. To understand is always to forgive. That is a great saying of Montaigne's. If I could make you understand..." "You can't. You'll never make me understand how you came to render yourself so odiously notorious in Brittany." "Ah, not odiously, monsieur." "Certainly, odiously, among those that matter. It is said even that you were omnes omnibus, though I cannot, will not believe." "Yet it is true." M. de Kercadiou choked. "And you confess it? You dare to confess it?" "What a man dares to do, he should dare to confess, unless he is a coward." "Oh, and to be sure you were very brave, running away each time after you had done the mischief. Turning comedian to hide yourself, doing more mischief as a comedian, provoking a riot in Nantes, and then running away again to become God knows what. Something dishonest by the affluent look of you. My God, man, I tell you that in these past 2 years I have hoped that you were dead, and you profoundly disappoint me that you are not." He beat his hands together and raised his shrill voice to call, "Benoit!" He strode away towards the fireplace, scarlet in the face, shaking with the passion into which he had worked himself. "Dead, I might have forgiven you, as one who had paid for his evil and his folly. Living, I never can forgive you. You have gone too far. God alone knows where it will end. Benoit! The door! Monsieur Andre-Louis Moreau, to the door!" The tone argued an irrevocable determination. Pale and self-contained, but with a queer pain at his heart, Andre-Louis heard that dismissal, saw Benoit's white, scared face and shaking hands half raised as if he were about to expostulate with his master. And then another voice, a crisp, boyish voice, cut in. "Uncle!" it cried, a world of indignation and surprise in its pitch, and then, "Andre!" And this time a note almost of gladness, certainly of welcome, was blended with the surprise that still remained. Both turned, half the room between them at the moment, and beheld Aline, in one of the long open windows, arrested there in the act of entering from the garden. Aline, in a milkmaid bonnet of the latest mode, though without any of the tricolour embellishments that were so commonly to be seen upon them. The thin lips of Andre's long mouth twisted into a queer smile. Into his mind had flashed the memory of their last parting. He saw himself again, standing, burning with indignation, upon the pavement of Nantes, looking after her carriage as it receded down the Avenue de Gigan. She was coming towards him now, with outstretched hands, a heightened colour in her cheeks, a smile of welcome on her lips. He bowed low and kissed her hand in silence. Then, with a glance and a gesture, she dismissed Benoit, and in her imperious fashion constituted herself Andre's advocate against the harsh dismissal which she had overheard. "Uncle," she said, leaving Andre and crossing to M. de Kercadiou, "you make me ashamed of you, to allow a feeling of peevishness to overwhelm all your affection for Andre." "I have no affection for him. I had, once. He chose to extinguish it. He can go to the devil. And please observe that I don't permit you to interfere." "But if he confesses that he has done wrong..." "He confesses nothing of the kind. He comes here to argue with me about these infernal rights of man. He proclaims himself unrepentant. He announces himself with pride to have been, as all Brittany says, the scoundrel who hid himself under the sobriquet of Omnes Omnibus. Is that to be condoned?" She turned to look at Andre across the wide space that now separated them. "But is this really so? Don't you repent, Andre, now that you see all the harm that has come?" It was a clear invitation to him, a pleading to him to say that he repented, to make his peace with his godfather. For a moment, it almost moved him. Then, considering the subterfuge unworthy, he answered truthfully, though the pain he was suffering rang in his voice. "To confess repentance," he said slowly, "would be to confess to a monstrous crime. Don't you see that? Oh, monsieur, have patience with me. Let me explain myself a little. You say that I am in part responsible for something of all this that has happened. My exhortations of the people at Rennes, and twice afterwards at Nantes, are said to have had their share in what followed there. It may be so. It would be beyond my power positively to deny it. Revolution followed, and bloodshed. More may yet come. To repent implies a recognition that I have done wrong. How shall I say that I have done wrong, and thus take a share of the responsibility for all that blood upon my soul? I will be quite frank with you, to show you how far indeed I am from repentance. What I did, I actually did against all my convictions at the time, because there was no justice in France to move against the murderer of Philippe de Vilmorin. I moved in the only way that I imagined could make the evil done recoil upon the hand that did it, and those other hands that had the power but not the spirit to punish. Since then, I have come to see that I was wrong, and that Philippe de Vilmorin and those who thought with him were in the right. You must realize, monsieur, that it is with sincere thankfulness that I find I have done nothing calling for repentance. That on the contrary, when France is given the inestimable boon of a constitution, as will shortly happen, I may take pride in having played my part in bringing about the conditions that have made this possible." There was a pause. M. de Kercadiou's face turned from pink to purple. "You have quite finished?" he said harshly. "If you have understood me, monsieur." "Oh, I have understood you. And I beg that you will go." Andre-Louis shrugged his shoulders and hung his head. He had come there so joyously, in such yearning, merely to receive a final dismissal. He looked at Aline. Her face was pale and troubled, but her wit failed to show her how she could come to his assistance. His excessive honesty had burnt all his boats. "Very well, monsieur. Yet this I would ask you to remember after I am gone. I have not come to you as one seeking assistance, as one driven to you by need. I am no returning prodigal, as I have said. I am one who, needing nothing, asking nothing, master of his own destinies, has come to you driven by affection only, urged by the love and gratitude he bears you and will continue to bear you." "Ah, yes," cried Aline, turning now to her uncle. Here at least was an argument in Andre's favour, thought she. "That is true. Surely that..." Inarticulately, he hissed her into silence, exasperated. "Hereafter, perhaps that will help you to think of me more kindly, monsieur." "I see no occasion, sir, to think of you at all. Again, I beg that you will go." Andre-Louis looked at Aline an instant, as if still hesitating. She answered him by a glance at her furious uncle, a faint shrug, and a lift of the eyebrows, dejection the while in her countenance. It was as if she said, "You see his mood. There is nothing to be done." He bowed with that singular grace the fencing-room had given him, and went out by the door. "Oh, it is cruel!" cried Aline in a stifled voice. Her hands clenched, and she sprang to the window. "Aline!" Her uncle's voice arrested her. "Where are you going?" "But we do not know where he is to be found." "Who wants to find the scoundrel?" "We may never see him again." "That is most fervently to be desired." Aline said, "Oof!" and went out by the window. He called after her, imperiously commanding her return. But Aline, dutiful child, closed her ears lest she must disobey him, and sped light-footed across the lawn to the avenue there to intercept the departing Andre-Louis. As he came forth, wrapped in gloom, she stepped from the bordering trees into his path. "Aline!" he cried, joyously almost. "I did not want you to go like this. I couldn't let you," she explained herself. "I know him better than you do, and I know that his great, soft heart will presently melt. He will be filled with regret.
He will want to send for you, and he will not know where to send."
"You think that?"
"Oh, I know it. You arrive in a bad moment. He is peevish and cross-grained, poor man, since he came here. These soft surroundings are all so strange to him. He wearies himself away from his beloved Gavrillac, his hunting and tillage, and the truth is that in his mind he very largely blames you for what has happened, for the necessity, or at least the wisdom, of this change. Brittany, you must know, was becoming too unsafe. The chateau of La Tour d'Azur, amongst others, was burnt to the ground some months ago. At any moment, given a fresh excitement, it may be the turn of Gavrillac. And for this and his present discomfort he blames you and your friends. But he will come round presently. He will be sorry that he sent you away like this, for I know that he loves you, Andre, in spite of all. I shall reason with him when the time comes, and then we shall want to know where to find you."
"At number 13, Rue d'Assard. The number is unlucky, the name of the street appropriate. Therefore both are easy to remember." She nodded.
"I will walk with you to the gates."
And side by side now they proceeded at a leisurely pace down the long avenue, in the June sunshine, dappled by the shadows of the bordering trees.
"You are looking well, Andre. And do you know that you have changed a deal? I'm glad that you've prospered."
And then, abruptly changing the subject before he had time to answer her, she came to the matter uppermost in her mind.
"I have so wanted to see you in all these months, Andre. You were the only one who could help me, the only one who could tell me the truth. I was angry with you for never having written to say where you were to be found."
"Of course you encouraged me to do so when last we met in Nantes."
"What? Still resentful?"
"I am never resentful, you should know that." He expressed one of his vanities. He loved to think of himself a stoic. "But I still bear the scar of a wound that would be the better for the balm of your retraction."
"Why, then, I retract, Andre. And now, tell me."
"Yes, a self-seeking retraction," said he. "You give me something that you may obtain something." He laughed quite pleasantly. "Well, well. Command me."
"Tell me, Andre."
She paused as if in some difficulty, and then went on, her eyes upon the ground.
"Tell me the truth of that event at the Feydeau."
The request fetched a frown to his brow. He suspected at once the thought that prompted it. Quite simply and briefly, he gave her his version of the affair. She listened very attentively. When he had done, she sighed. Her face was very thoughtful.
"That is much what I was told," she said. "But it was added that Monsieur de La Tour d'Azur had gone to the theatre expressly for the purpose of breaking, finally, with La Binet. Do you know if that was so?"
"I don't, nor of any reason why it should be so. La Binet provided him the sort of amusement that he and his kind are forever craving."
"Oh, there was a reason," she interrupted him. "I was the reason. I spoke to Madame de Sautron. I told her that I would not continue to receive one who came to me contaminated in that fashion."
She spoke of it with obvious difficulty, her colour rising as he watched her half-averted face. "Had you listened to me," he was beginning, when again she interrupted him.
Monsieur de Sautron conveyed my decision to him, and afterwards represented him to me as a man in despair, repentant, ready to give proofs, any proofs, of his sincerity and devotion to me. He told me that Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr had sworn to him that he would cut short that affair, that he would see La Binet no more. And then, on the very next day, I heard of his having all but lost his life in that riot at the theatre. He had gone straight from that interview with Monsieur de Sautron, straight from those protestations of future wisdom, to La Binet. I was indignant. I pronounced myself finally. I stated definitely that I would not, in any circumstances, receive Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr again. And then they pressed this explanation upon me. For a long time, I would not believe it.
"So that you believe it now," said Andre quickly. "Why?"
"I have not said that I believe it now, but neither can I disbelieve. Since we came to Meudon, Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr has been here, and himself he has sworn to me that it was so."
"Oh, if Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr has sworn..." Andre-Louis was laughing on a bitter note of sarcasm.
"Have you ever known him lie?"
She cut in sharply. That checked him.
Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr is, after all, a man of honour, and men of honour never deal in falsehood. Have you ever known him to do so, that you should sneer as you have done?"
"No," he confessed. Common justice demanded that he should admit that virtue at least in his enemy. "I have not known him lie, it is true. His kind is too arrogant, too self-confident to have recourse to untruth. But I have known him to do things as vile..."
"Nothing is as vile,"
she interrupted, speaking from the code by which she had been reared.
"It is for liars only, who are first cousins to thieves, that there is no hope. It is in falsehood only that there is real loss of honour."
"You are defending that satire, I think," he said frostily.
"I desire to be just."
"Justice may seem to you a different matter when at last you shall have resolved yourself to become Marquis de La Tour d'Azyr." He spoke bitterly.
"I don't think I shall ever take that resolve."
"But you are still not sure, in spite of everything."
"Can one ever be sure of anything in this world?"
"Yes. One can be sure of being foolish." Either she did not hear or did not heed him.
"You do not, of your own knowledge, know that it was not as Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr asserts, that he went to the Feydeau that night?"
"I don't," he admitted. "It is, of course, possible. But does it matter?"
"It might matter. Tell me, what became of La Binet after all?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know?"
She turned to consider him.
"And you can say it with that indifference? I thought you loved her, Andre."
"So did I, for a little while. I was mistaken. It required a La Tour d'Azyr to disclose the truth to me. They have their uses, these gentlemen. They help stupid fellows like myself to perceive important truths. I was fortunate that revelation in my case preceded marriage. I can now look back upon the episode with equanimity and thankfulness for my near escape from the consequences of what was no more than an aberration of the senses. It is a thing commonly confused with love. The experience, as you see,
was very instructive. She looked at him with frank surprise. "Do you know, Andre, I sometimes think that you have no heart." "Presumably because I sometimes betray intelligence. And what of yourself, Aline? What of your own attitude from the outset, where Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr is concerned? Does that show heart? If I were to tell you what it really shows, we should end by quarrelling again. And God knows I can't afford to quarrel with you now. I shall take another way." "What do you mean?" "Why, nothing at the moment. For you are not in any danger of marrying that animal." "And if I were?" "Ah, in that case, affection for you would discover to me some means of preventing it. Unless..." He paused. "Unless?" she demanded, challengingly, drawn to the full of her short height, her eyes imperious. "Unless you could also tell me that you loved him," said he simply, whereat she was as suddenly, and most oddly, softened. And then he added, shaking his head, "But that, of course, is impossible." "Why?" she asked him, quite gently now. "Because you are what you are, Aline. Utterly good, and pure, and adorable. Angels do not mate with devils. His wife you might become, but never his mate, Aline. Never." They had reached the wrought-iron gates at the end of the avenue. Through these they beheld the waiting yellow chaise which had brought Andre-Louis. From near at hand came the creak of other wheels, the beat of other hooves, and now another vehicle came in sight, and drew to a standstill beside the yellow chaise. A handsome equipage with polished mahogany panels on which the gold and azure of armorial bearings flashed brilliantly in the sunlight. A footman swung to earth to throw wide the gates, but in that moment the lady who occupied the carriage, perceiving Aline, waved to her and issued a command. End Book 3, Chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche. A Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 5. Madame de Plogastel. The postilion drew rein, and the footman opened the door, letting down the steps and proffering his arm to his mistress, to assist her to alight, since that was the wish she had expressed. Then he opened one wing of the iron gates and held it for her. She was a woman of something more than 40, who once must have been very lovely, who was very lovely still, with the refining quality that age brings to some women. Her dress and carriage alike advertised great rank. "I take my leave here, since you have a visitor," said Andre-Louis. "But it is an old acquaintance of your own, Andre. You remember Madame la Comtesse de Plogastel." He looked at the approaching lady, whom Aline was now hastening forward to meet. And because she was named to him, he recognized her. He must, he thought, had he but looked, have recognized her without prompting anywhere at any time. And this although it was some 16 years since last he had seen her. The sight of her now brought it all back to him.
a treasured memory that had never permitted itself to be entirely overlaid by subsequent events. When he was a boy of 10, on the eve of being sent to school at Rennes, she had come on a visit to his godfather, who was her cousin. It happened that at the time he had been taken by Rabouillet to the manor of Gavrillac, and there he had been presented to Madame de Plougastel, the great lady in all the glory then of her youthful beauty, with her gentle, cultured voice, so cultured that she had seemed to speak a language almost unknown to the little Breton lad, and her majestic air of the great world had scared him a little at first. Very gently had she allayed those fears of his, and by some mysterious enchantment she had completely enslaved his regard. He recalled now the terror in which he had gone to the embrace to which he was bidden, and the subsequent reluctance with which he had left those soft, round arms. He remembered, too, how sweetly she had smelled, and the very perfume she had used, a perfume as of lilac, for memory is singularly tenacious in these matters. For 3 days, whilst she had been at Gavrillac, he had gone daily to the manor, and so had spent hours in her company. A childless woman with the maternal instinct strong within her, she had taken this precociously intelligent, wide-eyed lad to her heart. "Give him to me, Cousin Quentin," he remembered her saying on the last of those days to his godfather. "Let me take him back with me to Versailles as my adopted child." But the seigneur had gravely shaken his head in silent refusal, and there had been no further question of such a thing. And then, when she said good-bye to him, the thing came flooding back to him now. There had been tears in her eyes. "Think of me sometimes, Andre-Louis," had been her last words. He remembered how flattered he had been to have won within so short a time the affection of this great lady. The thing had given him a sense of importance that had endured for months thereafter, finally to fade into oblivion. But all was vividly remembered now upon beholding her again, after 16 years, profoundly changed and matured. The girl, for she had been no more in those old days, sunk in this worldly woman, with the air of calm dignity and complete self-possession. Yet, he insisted, he must have known her anywhere again. Aline embraced her affectionately, and then answering the questioning glance with faintly raised eyebrows that Madame was directing toward Aline's companion, "This is Andre-Louis," she said. "You remember Andre-Louis, Madame?" Madame checked. Andre-Louis saw the surprise ripple over her face, taking with it some of her colour, leaving her for a moment breathless. And then the voice, the well-remembered, rich, musical voice, richer and deeper now than of yore, repeated his name. Andre-Louis. Her manner of uttering it suggested that it awakened memories. Memories, perhaps, of the departed youth with which it was associated. And she paused a long moment, considering him, a little wide-eyed, what time he bowed before her. "But of course I remember him," she said at last, and came towards him, putting out her hand. He kissed it dutifully, submissively, instinctively. "And this is what you have grown into?" She appraised him, and he flushed with pride at the satisfaction in her tone.
He seemed to have gone back 16 years and to be again the little Breton lad at Gavrillac. She turned to Aline. How mistaken Quentin was in his assumptions. He was pleased to see him again, was he not? So pleased, madame, that he has shown me the door, said Andre-Louis. Ah! She frowned, conning him still with those dark, wistful eyes of hers. We must change that, Aline. He is, of course, very angry with you. But it is not the way to make converts. I will plead for you, Andre-Louis. I am a good advocate. He thanked her and took his leave. I leave my case in your hands with gratitude. My homage, madam. And so it happened that in spite of his godfather's forbidding reception of him, the fragment of a song was on his lips as his yellow chaise whirled him back to Paris and the Rue de Hussard. That meeting with Madame de Plougastel had enheartened him. Her promise to plead his case in alliance with Aline gave him assurance that all would be well. That he was justified of this was proven when on the following Thursday towards noon his academy was invaded by Monsieur de Kercadiou. Giles, the boy, brought him word of it, and breaking off at once the lesson upon which he was engaged, he pulled off his mask and went as he was, in a chamois waistcoat, buttoned to the chin, and with his foil under his arm, to the modest salon below, where his godfather awaited him. The florid little Lord of Gavrillac stood almost defiantly to receive him. I have been over-persuaded to forgive you, he announced aggressively, seeming thereby to imply that he consented to this merely so as to put an end to tiresome importunities. Andre-Louis was not misled. He detected a pretense adopted by the seigneur so as to enable him to retreat in good order. My blessings on the persuaders, whoever they may have been. You restore me my happiness, monsieur my godfather. He took the hand that was proffered and kissed it, yielding to the impulse of the unfailing habit of his boyish days. It was an act symbolical of his complete submission, re-establishing between himself and his godfather the bond of protected and protector, with all the mutual claims and duties that it carries. No mere words could more completely have made his peace with this man who loved him. Monsieur de Kercadiou's face flushed a deeper pink. His lip trembled, and there was a huskiness in the voice that murmured, "My dear boy." Then he recollected himself, threw back his great head, and frowned. His voice resumed its habitual shrillness. "You realize, I hope, that you have behaved damnably, and with the utmost ingratitude." "Does not that depend upon the point of view?" quoth Andre-Louis, but his tone was studiously conciliatory. "It depends upon a fact, and not upon any point of view. Since I have been persuaded to overlook it, I trust that at least you have some intention of reforming." I will abstain from politics," said Andre-Louis, that being the utmost he could say with truth. "That is something, at least." His godfather permitted himself to be mollified, now that a concession, or a seeming concession, had been made to his just resentment. "A chair, monsieur?" No. I have come to carry you off to pay a visit with me. You owe it entirely to Madame de Plougastel that I consent to receive you again. I desire that you come with me to thank her." "I have my engagements here," began Andre-Louis, and then broke off. "No matter. I will arrange it. A moment." And he was turning away to re-enter the academy. "What are your engagements? You are not by chance a fencing instructor?" Monsieur de Kercadiou had observed the leather waistcoat and the foil tucked under Andre-Louis' arm. "I am the master of this academy, the academy of the late Bertrand des Amis, the most flourishing school of arms in Paris today." Monsieur de Kercadiou's brows went up. "And you are the master of it?" "Maître en fait d'armes. I succeeded to the academy upon the death of des Amis." He left Monsieur Kercadiou to think it over, and went to make his arrangements and effect the necessary changes in his toilette. "So, that is why you have taken to wearing a sword," said Monsieur de Kercadiou as they climbed into his waiting carriage. "That, and the need to guard oneself in these times." "And do you mean to tell me that a man who lives by what is, after all, an honourable profession, a profession mainly supported by the nobility, can at the same time associate himself with these peddling attorneys and low pamphleteers who are spreading dissension and insubordination?" "You forget that I am a peddling attorney myself, made so by your own wishes, monsieur." Monsieur de Kercadiou grunted and took snuff. "You say the academy flourishes?" he asked presently. "It does. I have 2 assistant instructors. I could employ a 3rd. It is hard work." "That should mean that your circumstances are affluent." "I have reason to be satisfied. I have far more than I need." "Then you'll be able to do your share in paying off this national debt," growled the nobleman, well content that, as he conceived it, some of the evil Andre-Louis had helped to sow should recoil upon him. Then the talk veered to Madame de Plougastel. Monsieur de Kercadiou, Andre-Louis gathered, but not the reason for it, disapproved most strongly of this visit. But then Madame la Comtesse was a headstrong woman, whom there was no denying, whom all the world obeyed. Monsieur de Plougastel was at present absent in Germany, but would shortly be returning. It was an indiscreet admission from which it was easy to infer that Monsieur de Plougastel was one of those intriguing emissaries who came and went between the Queen of France and her brother, the Emperor of Austria. The carriage drew up before a handsome hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, at the corner of the Rue Paradis, and they were ushered by a sleek servant into a little boudoir, all gilt and brocade, that opened upon a terrace above a garden that was a park in miniature. Here Madame awaited them. She rose, dismissing the young person who had been reading to her, and came forward with both hands outheld to greet her cousin Kercadiou. "I almost feared you would not keep your word," she said. "It was unjust. But then I hardly hoped that you would succeed in bringing him." And her glance, gentle and smiling welcome upon him, indicated Andre-Louis. The young man made answer with formal gallantry. "The memory of you, madame, is too deeply imprinted on my heart for any persuasions to have been necessary." "Ah, the courtier," said madame, and abandoned him her hand. "We are to have a little talk, Andre-Louis," she informed him with a gravity that left him vaguely ill at ease. They sat down, and for a while the conversation was of general matters, chiefly concerned, however, with Andre-Louis,
his occupations, and his views. And all the while Madame was studying him attentively, with those gentle, wistful eyes, until again that sense of uneasiness began to pervade him. He realized instinctively that he had been brought here for some purpose deeper than that which had been avowed. At last, as if the thing were concerted, and the clumsy Lord of Gavrillac was the last man in the world to cover his tracks, his godfather rose, and, upon a pretext of desiring to survey the garden, sauntered through the windows onto the terrace, over whose white stone balustrade the geraniums trailed in a scarlet riot. Thence he vanished among the foliage below. "Now we can talk more intimately," said Madame. "Come here, and sit beside me." She indicated the empty half of the settee she occupied. Andre-Louis went obediently, but a little uncomfortably. "You know," she said gently, placing a hand upon his arm, "that you have behaved very ill, that your godfather's resentment is very justly founded." "Madame, if I knew that, I should be the most unhappy, the most despairing of men." And he explained himself, as he had explained himself on Sunday to his godfather. "What I did because it was the only means to my hand in a country in which justice was paralyzed by privilege, to make war upon an infamous scoundrel who had killed my best friend, a wanton, brutal act of murder, which there was no law to punish. And as if that were not enough, forgive me if I speak with the utmost frankness, madam, he afterwards debauched the woman I was to have married." "Ah, mon Dieu!" she cried out. "Forgive me. I know that it is horrible. You perceive, perhaps, what I suffered, how I came to be driven. That last affair of which I am guilty, the riot that began in the Feydeau Theatre and afterwards enveloped the whole city of Nantes, was provoked by this." Who was she, this girl? It was like a woman, he thought, to fasten upon the unessential. "Oh, a theatre girl, a poor fool of whom I have no regrets. Labinet was her name. I was a player at the time in her father's troupe. That was after the Rennes business, when it was necessary to hide from such justice as exists in France, the gallows justice for unfortunates who are not born. This added wrong led me to provoke a riot in the theatre." "Poor boy," she said tenderly. "Only a woman's heart can realize what you must have suffered, and because of that, I can so readily forgive you. But now..." "Ah, but you don't understand, madame. If today I thought that I had none but personal grounds for having lent a hand in the holy work of abolishing privilege, I think I should cut my throat. My true justification lies in the insincerity of those who intended that the convocation of the States General should be a sham, mere dust in the eyes of the nation." Was it not, perhaps, wise to have been insincere in such a matter? He looked at her blankly. "Can it ever be wise, madam, to be insincere?" "Oh, indeed it can. Believe me, who am twice your age, and know my world." "I should say, madam, that nothing is wise that complicates existence, and I know of nothing that so complicates it as insincerity. Consider a moment the complications that have arisen out of this." "But surely
Andre-Louis, your views have not been so perverted that you do not see that a governing class is a necessity in any country."
"Why, of course, but not necessarily a hereditary one."
"What else?"
He answered her with an epigram. "Man, madam, is the child of his own work. Let there be no inheriting of rights but from such a parent. Thus a nation's best will always predominate, and such a nation will achieve greatly."
"But do you account birth of no importance?"
"Of none, madam, or else my own might trouble me." From the deep flush that stained her face, he feared that he had offended by what was almost an indelicacy. But the reproof that he was expecting did not come. Instead,
"And does it not?"
she asked.
"Never, Andre?"
"Never, madame. I am content."
"You have never regretted your lack of parents' care?"
He laughed, sweeping aside her sweet, charitable concern that was so superfluous. "On the contrary, madame, I tremble to think what they might have made of me, and I am grateful to have had the fashioning of myself." She looked at him for a moment, very sadly, and then, smiling, gently shook her head. "You do not want self-satisfaction. Yet I could wish that you saw things differently, Andre. It is a moment of great opportunities for a young man of talent and spirit. I could help you. I could help you, perhaps, to go very far, if you would permit yourself to be helped after my fashion." "Yes," he thought, "help me to a halter by sending me on treasonable missions to Austria on the Queen's behalf, like Monsieur de Plougastel. That would certainly end in a high position for me." Aloud, he answered more as politeness prompted. "I am grateful, madame. But you will see that, holding the ideals I have expressed, I could not serve any cause that is opposed to their realization." "You are misled by prejudice, Andre-Louis, by personal grievances. Will you allow them to stand in the way of your advancement?" "If what I call ideals were really prejudices, would it be honest of me to run counter to them whilst holding them?" "If I could convince you that you are mistaken, I could help you so much to find a worthy employment for the talents you possess. In the service of the king, you would prosper quickly. Will you think of it, Andre-Louis? And let us talk of this again." He answered her with formal, chill politeness. "I fear that it would be idle, madam. Yet your interest in me is very flattering, and I thank you. It is unfortunate for me that I am so headstrong." "And now who deals in insincerity?" she asked him. "Ah, but you see, madame, it is an insincerity that does not mislead." And then M. de Kercadiou came in through the window again, and announced fussily that he must be getting back to Meudon, and that he would take his godson with him and set him down at the Rue de Hasard. "You must bring him again, Quintin," the Countess said, as they took their leave of her. "Some day, perhaps," said M. de Kercadiou vaguely, and swept his godson out. In the carriage, he asked him bluntly of what Madame had talked. She was very kind, a sweet woman,
said Andre-Louis pensively.
Devil take you! I didn't ask you the opinion that you presume to have formed of her. I asked you what she said to you.
She strove to point out to me the error of my ways. She spoke of great things that I might do, to which she would very kindly help me, if I were to come to my senses. But as miracles do not happen, I gave her little encouragement to hope.
I see. Did she say anything else?
He was so peremptory that Andre-Louis turned to look at him. What else did you expect her to say, monsieur my godfather?
Oh, nothing.
Then she fulfilled your expectations.
Eh? Oh, 1,000 devils! Why can't you express yourself in a sensible manner that a plain man can understand without having to think about it?
He sulked after that, most of the way to the Rue du Hasard, or so it seemed to Andre-Louis. At least he sat silent, gloomily thoughtful, to judge by his expression.
You may come and see us soon again, at Meudon,
he told Andre-Louis at parting.
But please remember, no revolutionary politics in future, if we are to remain friends.
End of Book 3, Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 6. Politicians. One morning in August, the Academy in the Rue du Hasard was invaded by Le Chapelier, accompanied by a man of remarkable appearance, whose Herculean stature and disfigured countenance seemed vaguely familiar to Andre-Louis. He was a man of little, if anything, over 30, with small, bright eyes buried in an enormous face. His cheekbones were prominent, his nose awry, as if it had been broken by a blow, and his mouth was rendered almost shapeless by the scars of another injury. A bull had horned him in the face when he was but a lad. As if that were not enough to render his appearance terrible, his cheeks were deeply pockmarked. He was dressed untidily in a long scarlet coat that descended almost to his ankles, soiled buckskin breeches and boots with reversed tops. His shirt, none too clean, was open at the throat, the collar hanging limply over an unknotted cravat, displaying fully the muscular neck that rose like a pillar from his massive shoulders. He swung a cane that was almost a club in his left hand, and there was a cockade in his biscuit-colored conical hat. He carried himself with an aggressive, masterful air, that great head of his thrown back, as if he were eternally at defiance. Le Chapelier, whose manner was very grave, named him to Andre-Louis. This is Monsieur Danton, president of the Cordeliers, of whom you will have heard. Of course, Andre-Louis had heard of him. Who had not by then? Looking at him now with interest, Andre-Louis wondered how it came that all, or nearly all, the leading innovators were pockmarked. Mirabeau, the journalist Desmoulins, the philanthropist Marat, Robespierre, the little lawyer from Arras, this formidable fellow Danton, and several others he could call to mind, all bore upon them the scars of smallpox. Almost he began to wonder, was there any connection between the two?
Did an attack of smallpox produce certain moral results which found expression in this way? He dismissed the idle speculation, or rather it was shattered by the startling thunder of Danton's voice.
"This, expletive deleted, Chapelier has told me of you. He says that you are a patriotic, expletive deleted."
More than by the tone was Andre-Louis startled by the obscenities with which the Colossus did not hesitate to interlard his first speech to a total stranger. He laughed outright. There was nothing else to do. "If he has told you that, he has told you more than the truth. I am a patriot. The rest my modesty compels me to disavow."
"You are a joker, too, it seems," roared the other.
But he laughed nevertheless, and the volume of it shook the windows.
"There's no offense in me. I am like that."
"What a pity," said Andre-Louis. It disconcerted the king of the markets.
"Eh? What's this, Chapelier? Does he give himself airs, your friend here?"
The spruce Breton, a very petit maître in appearance by contrast with his companion, but nevertheless of a downright manner quite equal to Danton's in brutality, though dispensing with the emphasis of foulness, shrugged as he answered him. "It is merely that he doesn't like your manners, which is not at all surprising. They are execrable."
"Ah, bah! You are all like that, you Bretons. Let's come to business. You'll have heard what took place in the Assembly yesterday. You haven't? My God, where do you live? Have you heard that this scoundrel, who calls himself King of France, gave passage across French soil the other day to Austrian troops going to crush those who fight for liberty in Belgium? Have you heard that by any chance?"
"Yes," said Andre-Louis coldly, masking his irritation before the other's hectoring manner. "I have heard that."
"Oh, and what do you think of it?"
Arms akimbo, the Colossus towered above him. Andre-Louis turned aside to Le Chapelier. "I don't think I understand. Have you brought this gentleman here to examine my conscience?"
"Name of name! He's prickly as a porcupine,"
Danton protested. "No, no." Le Chapelier was conciliatory, seeking to provide an antidote to the irritant administered by his companion. "We require your help, Andre. Danton here thinks that you are the very man for us. Listen now."
"That's it, you tell him," Danton agreed. "You both talk the same mincing sort of French. He'll probably understand you."
Le Chapelier went on without heeding the interruption. "This violation by the king of the obvious rights of a country engaged in framing a constitution that shall make it free has shattered every philanthropic illusion we still cherished. There are those who go so far as to proclaim the king the vowed enemy of France. But that, of course, is excessive."
"Who says so?"
blazed Danton, and swore horribly by way of conveying his total disagreement. Le Chapelier waved him into silence and proceeded. "Anyhow, the matter has been more than enough, added to all the rest, to set us by the ears again in the Assembly. It is open war between the Third Estate and the privileged."
"Was it ever anything else?"
"Perhaps not, but it has assumed a new character. You'll have heard of the duel between Lameth and the Duc de Castries."
"A trifling affair."
"In its results, but it might have been far other. Mirabeau is challenged and insulted now at every sitting. But he goes his way cold-bloodedly wise. Others are not so circumspect. They meet insult with insult, blow with blow, and blood is being shed in private duels. The thing is reduced by these swordsmen of the nobility to a system."
Andre-Louis nodded. He was thinking of Philippe de Vilmorin. "Yes," he said.
It is an old trick of theirs. It is so simple and direct, like themselves. I wonder only that they didn't hit upon this system sooner. In the early days of the States General, at Versailles, it might have had a better effect. Now it comes a little late.
"But they mean to make up for lost time, sacred name!" cried Danton. "Challenges are flying right and left between these bully swordsmen, these spadacinicides, and poor devils of the robe who have never learnt to fence with anything but a quill. It's just murder. Yet if I were to go amongst Monsieur les Nobles and crunch an addled head or two with this stick of mine, snap a few aristocratic necks between these fingers which the good God has given me for the purpose, the law would send me to atone upon the gallows. This in a land that is striving after liberty. Why, Dieu, madame, I am not even allowed to keep my hat on in the theatre, but these...
Expletive deleted. He is right, said Le Chapelier. The thing has become unendurable, insufferable. 2 days ago, Monsieur d'Amblay threatened Mirabeau with his cane before the whole assembly. Yesterday, Monsieur de Faucigny leapt up and harangued his order by inviting murder. "Why don't we fall on these scoundrels sword in hand?" he asked. Those were his very words. "Why don't we fall on these scoundrels sword in hand?" "It is so much simpler than law-making," said Andre-Louis. Lagron, the deputy from Ancenis in the Loire, said something that we did not hear in answer. As he was leaving the manège, one of these bullies grossly insulted him. Legrand no more than used his elbow to push past when the fellow cried out that he had been struck and issued his challenge. They fought this morning early in the Champs-Élysées, and Legrand was killed, run through the stomach deliberately by a man who fought like a fencing master. And poor Legrand did not even own a sword. He had to borrow one to go to the assignation. Andre-Louis, his mind ever on Vilmorin, whose case was here repeated even to the details, was swept by a gust of passion. He clenched his hands and his jaws set. Danton's little eyes observed him keenly. "Well, and what do you think of that? Noblesse oblige, eh? The thing is, we must oblige them too, these..." Expletive deleted. "We must pay them back in the same coin. Meet them with the same weapons. Abolish them. Tumble these assassinatures into the abyss of nothingness by the same means." "But how?" "How? Name of God! Haven't I said it?" "This is where we require your help," the Chapelier put in. "There must be men of patriotic feeling among the more advanced of your pupils. Monsieur Danton's idea is that a little band of these, say a half-dozen, with yourself at their head, might read these bullies a sharp lesson." Andre-Louis frowned. And how precisely had Monsieur Danton thought that this might be done? Monsieur Danton spoke for himself vehemently. "Why, thus. We post you in the manège at the hour when the assembly is rising. We point out the 6 leading phlebotomists and let you loose to insult them before they have time to insult any of the representatives. Then, tomorrow morning, 6 phlebotomists, themselves phlebotomized secundum artem. That will give the others something to think about. It will give them a great deal to think about by..." Expletive deleted. "If necessary, the dose may be repeated to ensure a cure. If you kill the..." Expletive deleted. "So much the better." He paused, his sallow face flushed with the enthusiasm of his idea. Andre-Louis stared at him inscrutably.
"Well, what do you say to that?"
"That it is most ingenious." And Andre-Louis turned aside to look out of the window.
"And is that all you think of it?"
"I will not tell you what else I think of it, because you probably would not understand. For you, Monsieur Danton, there is at least this excuse that you did not know me. But you, Isaac, to bring this gentleman here with such a proposal..." Le Chapelier was overwhelmed in confusion. "I confess I hesitated," he apologized. "But Monsieur Danton would not take my word for it that the proposal might not be to your taste."
"I would not!"
Danton broke in, bellowing. He swung upon Le Chapelier, brandishing his great arms.
"You told me that Monsieur was a patriot. Patriotism knows no scruples. You call this mincing, dancing master a patriot?"
"Would you, monsieur, out of patriotism, consent to become an assassin?"
"Of course I would. Haven't I told you so? Haven't I told you that I would gladly go among them with my club and crack them like so many fleas?"
"Why not, then?"
"Why not? Because I should get myself hanged. Haven't I said so?"
"But what of that? Being a patriot. Why not, like another Curtius, jump into the gulf, since you believe that your country would benefit by your death?" Monsieur Danton showed signs of exasperation.
"Because my country will benefit more by my life."
"Permit me, monsieur, to suffer from a similar vanity."
"You? But where would be the danger to you? You would do your work under the cloak of dueling, as they do."
"Have you reflected, monsieur, that the law will hardly regard a fencing master who kills his opponent as an ordinary combatant, particularly if it can be shown that the fencing master himself provoked the attack?"
"So, name of name!"
Monsieur Danton blew out his cheeks and delivered himself with withering scorn.
"It comes to this, then. You are afraid."
"You may think so if you choose. That I am afraid to do slyly and treacherously that which a thrasonical patriot like yourself is afraid of doing frankly and openly. I have other reasons, but that one should suffice you." Danton gasped. Then he swore more amazingly and variedly than ever.
"By..."
Expletive deleted.
"You are right,"
he admitted, to Andre-Louis' amazement.
"You are right, and I am wrong. I am as bad a patriot as you are, and I am a coward as well."
And he invoked the whole pantheon to witness his self-denunciation.
"Only, you see, I count for something, and if they take me and hang me, why, there it is. Monsieur, we must find some other way. Forgive the intrusion. Adieu!"
He held out his enormous hand. Le Chapelier stood hesitating, crestfallen. "You understand, Andre. I am sorry that..." "Say no more, please. Come and see me soon again. I would press you to remain, but it is striking 9, and the first of my pupils is about to arrive."
"Nor would I permit it," said Danton. "Between us, we must resolve the riddle of how to extinguish Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr and his friends."
"Who?" Sharp as a pistol shot came that question as Danton was turning away. The tone of it brought him up short. He turned again, Le Chapelier with him.
"I said Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr." What has he to do with the proposal you were making me?"
"He? Why, he is the phlebotomist-in-chief."
And Le Chapelier added, "It is he who killed Legrand."
"Not a friend of yours, is he?" wondered Danton.
"And it is La Tour d'Azyr you desire me to kill?" asked Andre-Louis very slowly, after the manner of one whose thoughts are meanwhile pondering the subject.
"That's it," said Danton. "And not a job for a prentice hand, I can assure you."
"Ah, but this alters things," said Andre-Louis, thinking aloud. "It offers a great temptation."
"Why, then?"
The Colossus took a step towards him again. "Wait." He put up his hand. Then, with chin sunk on his breast, he paced away to the window, musing. Le Chapelier and Danton exchanged glances, then watched him, waiting, what time he considered. At first he almost wondered why he should not, of his own accord, have decided upon some such course as this to settle that long-standing account of M. de La Tour d'Azyr. What was the use of this great skill in fence that he had come to acquire, unless he could turn it to account to avenge Vilmorin, and to make Aline safe from the lure of her own ambition? It would be an easy thing to seek out La Tour d'Azyr, put a mortal affront upon him, and thus bring him to the point. Today this would be murder. Murder as treacherous as that which La Tour d'Azyr had done upon Philippe de Vilmorin. For today the old positions were reversed, and it was Andre-Louis who might go to such an assignation without a doubt of the issue. It was a moral obstacle of which he made short work. But there remained the legal obstacle he had expounded to Danton. There was still a law in France, the same law which he had found it impossible to move against La Tour d'Azyr, but which would move briskly enough against himself in like case. And then, suddenly, as if by inspiration, he saw the way, a way which, if adopted, would probably bring La Tour d'Azyr to a poetic justice, bring him, insolent, confident, to thrust himself upon Andre-Louis' sword, with all the odium of provocation on his own side. He turned to them again, and they saw that he was very pale, that his great dark eyes glowed oddly. "There will probably be some difficulty in finding a suppliant for this poor Legrand," he said. "Our fellow countrymen will be none so eager to offer themselves to the swords of privilege." "True enough," said Le Chapelier gloomily, and then, as if suddenly leaping to the thing in Andre-Louis' mind, "Andre!" he cried. "Would you?" "It is what I was considering. It would give me a legitimate place in the Assembly. If your Tour d'Azyrs choose to seek me out then, why, their blood will be upon their own heads. I shall certainly do nothing to discourage them." He smiled curiously. "I am just a rascal who tries to be honest. Scaramouche always, in fact. A creature of sophistries. Do you think that Ancenis would have me for its representative?"
"Will it have omnes omnibus for its representative?"
Le Chapelier was laughing, his countenance eager. "Ancenis will be convulsed with pride. It is not Rennes or Nantes, as it might have been had you wished it, but it gives you a voice for Brittany." "I should have to go to Ancenis." "No need at all. A letter from me to the municipality, and the municipality will confirm you at once. No need to move from here. In a fortnight at most the thing can be accomplished. It is settled then.
Andre-Louis considered yet a moment. There was his academy, but he could make arrangements with Leduc and Galoche to carry it on for him whilst himself directing and advising. Leduc, after all, was become a thoroughly efficient master, and he was a trustworthy fellow. At need, a third assistant could be engaged. "Be it so," he said at last. Le Chapelier clasped hands with him, and became congratulatorily voluble, until interrupted by the red-coated giant at the door.
"What exactly does it mean to our business, anyway?" he asked. "Does it mean that when you are a representative you will not scruple to skewer Monsieur le Marquis?"
"If Monsieur le Marquis should offer himself to be skewered, as he no doubt will."
"I perceive the distinction,"
said Monsieur Danton, and sneered.
"You've an ingenious mind."
He turned to Le Chapelier.
"What did you say he was, to begin with? A lawyer, wasn't it?"
"Yes, I was a lawyer, and afterwards a mountebank."
"And this is the result?"
"As you say. And do you know that we are, after all, not so dissimilar, you and I?"
"What?"
"Once, like you, I went about inciting other people to go and kill the man I wanted dead. You'll say I was a coward, of course." Le Chapelier prepared to slip between them as the clouds gathered on the giant's brow. Then these were dispelled again, and the great laugh vibrated through the long room.
"You've touched me for the second time, and in the same place. Oh, you can fence, my lad. We should be friends. Rue de Cordeliers is my address. Any
expletive deleted
scoundrel will tell you where Danton lodges. Desmoulins lives underneath. Come and visit us one evening. There's always a bottle for a friend."
End of Book 3, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 7, The Spadacinicides. After an absence of rather more than a week, Monsieur le Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr was back in his place on the Côte d'Oie of the National Assembly. Properly speaking, we should already at this date allude to him as the ci-devant Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. For the time was September of 1790, 2 months after the passing, on the motion of that downright Breton leveller Le Chapelier, of the decree that nobility should no more be hereditary than infamy, that just as the brand of the gallows must not defile the possibly worthy descendants of one who had been convicted of evil, neither should the blazon advertising achievement glorify the possibly unworthy descendants of one who had proved himself good. And so the decree had been passed, abolishing hereditary nobility and consigning family escutcheons to the rubbish heap of things no longer to be tolerated by an enlightened generation of philosophers. Monsieur le Comte de Lafayette, who had supported the motion, left the Assembly as plain Monsieur Motier. The great tribune, Count Mirabeau, became plain Monsieur Rigetti, and Monsieur le Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr, just simple Monsieur Lesarques. The thing was done in one of those exaltations produced by the approach of the great national festival of the Champ de Mars, and no doubt it was thoroughly repented on the morrow, by those who had lent themselves to it. Thus, although law by now, it was a law that no one troubled, just yet, to enforce. That, however, is by the way. The time, as I have said, was September, the day dull and showery, and some of the damp and gloom of it seemed to have penetrated the long hall of the manège, where, on their 8 rows of green benches, elliptically arranged in ascending tiers about the space known as la piste, sat some 800 or 900 of the representatives of the 3 orders that composed the nation. The matter under debate by the Constitution builders was whether the deliberating body to succeed the Constituent Assembly should work in conjunction with the King, whether it should be periodic or permanent, whether it should govern by 2 chambers or by 1. The Abbé Moreau, son of a cobbler, and therefore, in these days of antitheses, orator-in-chief of the party of the right, the Blacks, as those who fought privileges losing battles were known, was in the tribune. He appeared to be urging the adoption of a 2-chambers system framed on the English model. He was, if anything, more long-winded and prosy even than his habit. His arguments assumed more and more the form of a sermon. The tribune of the National Assembly became more and more like a pulpit. But the members, conversely, less and less like a congregation. They grew restive under that steady flow of pompous verbiage, and it was in vain that the 4 ushers in black satin breeches and carefully powdered heads, chain of office on their breasts, gilded swords at their sides, circulated in the piste, clapping their hands and hissing, "Silence! En place!" Equally vain was the intermittent ringing of the bell by the president at his green-covered table facing the tribune. The Abbé Moreau had talked too long, and for some time had failed to interest the members. Realizing it at last, he ceased, whereupon the hum of conversation became general. And then it fell abruptly. There was a silence of expectancy and a turning of heads, a craning of necks. Even the group of secretaries at the round table below the president's dais roused themselves from their usual apathy to consider this young man who was mounting the tribune of the Assembly for the first time. Monsieur Andre-Louis Moreau, Deputy Suppleant, Vice Emmanuel Legrand, deceased, for Ancenis, in the department of the Loire. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr shook himself out of the gloomy abstraction in which he had sat. The successor of the deputy he had slain must, in any event, be an object of grim interest to him. You conceive how that interest was heightened when he heard him named, when, looking across, he recognized indeed in this Andre-Louis Moreau the young scoundrel who was continually crossing his path, continually exerting against him a deep-moving, sinister influence to make him regret that he should have spared his life that day at Gavrillac 2 years ago, that he should thus have stepped into the shoes of Legrand, seemed to Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr too apt for mere coincidence, a direct challenge in itself. He looked at the young man in wonder, rather than in anger, and looking at him, he was filled by a vague, almost premonitory uneasiness. At the very outset, the presence which in itself he conceived to be a challenge was to demonstrate itself for this in no equivocal terms. "I come before you," Andre-Louis began. "As a deputy suppleant to fill the place of one who was murdered some 3 weeks ago. It was a challenging opening that instantly provoked an indignant outcry from the blacks." Andre-Louis paused and looked at them, smiling a little, a singularly self-confident young man. "The gentlemen of the right, Monsieur le Président, do not appear to like my words. But that is not surprising. The gentlemen of the right notoriously do not like the truth." This time there was an uproar. The members of the left roared with laughter. Those of the right thundered menacingly. The ushers circulated at a pace beyond their usual, agitated themselves, clapped their hands, and called in vain for silence. The president rang his bell. Above the general din came the voice of La Tour d'Azyr, who had half risen from his seat. "Mountebank, this is not the theatre." "No, monsieur. It is becoming a hunting ground for bully swordsmen," was the answer, and the uproar grew. The deputy suppleant looked around and waited. Near at hand he met the encouraging grin of Le Chapelier and the quiet, approving smile of Cursain, another Breton deputy of his acquaintance. A little farther off he saw the great head of Mirabeau thrown back, the great eyes regarding him from under a frown in a sort of wonder. And yonder, among all the moving sea of faces, the sallow countenance of the heiress's lawyer Robespierre, or de Robespierre, as the little snob now called himself, having assumed the aristocratic particle as the prerogative of a man of his distinction in the councils of his country. With his tip-tilted nose in the air, his carefully curled head on one side, the deputy for Arras was observing Andre-Louis attentively. The horn-rimmed spectacles he used for reading were thrust up on his pale forehead, and it was through a levelled spy-glass that he considered the speaker. His thin-lipped mouth stretched a little in that tiger-cat smile that was afterwards to become so famous and so feared. Gradually the uproar wore itself out and diminished, so that at last the president could make himself heard. Leaning forward, he gravely addressed the young man in the tribune. "Monsieur, if you wish to be heard, let me beg of you not to be provocative in your language." And then to the others, "Messieurs, if we are to proceed, I beg that you will restrain your feelings until the deputy suppleant has concluded his discourse." "I shall endeavour to obey, Monsieur le Président, leaving provocation to the gentlemen of the right. If the few words I have used so far have been provocative, I regret it. But it was necessary that I should refer to the distinguished deputy whose place I come so unworthily to fill, and it was unavoidable that I should refer to the event which has procured us this sad necessity. The deputy Legrand was a man of singular nobility of mind, a selfless, dutiful, zealous man, inflamed by the high purpose of doing his duty by his electors and by this assembly. He possessed what his opponents would call a dangerous gift of eloquence." La Tour d'Azyr writhed at the well-known phrase, his own phrase, the phrase that he had used to explain his action in the matter of Philippe de Vilmorin, the phrase that from time to time had been cast in his teeth with such vindictive menace. And then the crisp voice of the witty Canal, that very rapier of the privileged party, cut short into the speaker's momentary pause. "Monsieur le Président," he asked with great solemnity, "has the deputy suppleant mounted the tribune for the purpose of taking part in the debate on the constitution of the legislative assemblies, or for the purpose of pronouncing a funeral oration upon the departed deputy Legrand?" This time it was the blacks who gave way to mirth, until checked by the deputy suppleant. "That laughter is obscene." In this truly Gallic fashion, he flung his glove into the face of privilege, determined, you see, upon no half measures, and the rippling laughter perished on the instant, quenched in speechless fury. Solemnly, he proceeded. "You all know how Legrand died. To refer to his death at all requires courage. To laugh in referring to it requires something that I will not attempt to qualify. If I have alluded to his decease, it is because my own appearance among you seemed to render some such allusion necessary. It is mine to take up the burden which he set down. I do not pretend that I have the strength, the courage, or the wisdom of Legrand. But with every ounce of such strength and courage and wisdom as I possess, that burden will I bear. And I trust, for the sake of those who might attempt it, that the means taken to impose silence upon that eloquent voice will not be taken to impose silence upon mine." There was a faint murmur of applause from the left, splutter of contemptuous laughter from the right. "Rhodomont!" a voice called to him. He looked in the direction of that voice, proceeding from the group of spadasins amid the blacks across the piste, and he smiled. Inaudibly his lips answered, "No, my friend, Scaramouche. Scaramouche, the subtle, dangerous fellow who goes tortuously to his ends." Aloud he resumed, "Monsieur le Président, there are those who will not understand that the purpose for which we are assembled here is the making of laws by which France may be equitably governed, by which France may be lifted out of the morass of bankruptcy into which she is in danger of sinking. But there are some who want, it seems, not laws, but blood. I solemnly warn them that this blood will end by choking them, if they do not learn in time to discard force and allow reason to prevail." Again in that phrase there was something that stirred a memory in La Tour d'Azyr. He turned in the fresh uproar to speak to his cousin Chabrillane, who sat beside him. "A daring rogue, this bastard of Gavrillac's," said he. Chabrillane looked at him with gleaming eyes, his face white with anger. "Let him talk himself out. I don't think he will be heard again after today. Leave this to me." Hardly could La Tour have told you why, but he sank back in his seat with a sense of relief. He had been telling himself that here was a matter demanding action, a challenge that he must take up. But despite his rage, he felt a singular unwillingness. This fellow had a trick of reminding him, he supposed, too unpleasantly of that young abbe done to death in the garden behind the Breton arm at Gavrillac. Not that the death of Philippe de Vilmorin lay heavily upon M. de La Tour d'Azyr's conscience. He had accounted himself fully justified of his action. It was that the whole thing, as his memory revived it for him, made an unpleasant picture. That distraught boy kneeling over the bleeding body of the friend he had loved, and almost begging to be slain with him, dubbing the Marquis murderer and coward to incite him. Meanwhile, leaving now the subject of the death of Legrand, the deputy suppliant had at last brought himself into order and was speaking upon the question under debate. He contributed nothing of value to it. He urged nothing definite. His speech on the subject was very brief, that being the pretext and not the purpose for which he had ascended the tribune. When later he was leaving the hall at the end of the sitting, with Le Chapelier at his side, he found himself densely surrounded by deputies as by a bodyguard. Most of them were Bretons, who aimed at screening him from the provocations which his own provocative words in the assembly could not fail to bring down upon his head. For a moment, the massive form of Mirabeau brought up alongside of him. "Felicitations, Monsieur Moreau," said the great man. "You acquitted yourself very well. They will want your blood, no doubt. But be discreet, monsieur, if I may presume to advise you, and do not allow yourself to be misled by any false sense of quixotry. Ignore their challenges. I do so myself. I place each challenger upon my list. There are some 50 there already, and there they will remain. Refuse them what they are pleased to call satisfaction, and all will be well." Andre-Louis smiled and sighed. "It requires courage," said the hypocrite. "Of course it does. But you would appear to have plenty." "Hardly enough, perhaps. But I shall do my best." They had come through the vestibule, and although this was lined with eager blacks waiting for the young man who had insulted them so flagrantly from the rostrum, Andre-Louis' bodyguard had prevented any of them from reaching him. Emerging now into the open under the great awning at the head of the carrière, erected to enable carriages to reach the door under cover, those in front of him dispersed a little, and there was a moment as he reached the limit of the awning when his front was entirely uncovered. Outside, the rain was falling heavily, churning the ground into thick mud, and for a moment Andre-Louis, with Le Chapelier ever at his side, stood hesitating to step out into the deluge. The watchful Chabrillane had seen his chance, and by a detour that took him momentarily out into the rain, he came face to face with the too daring young Breton. Rudely, violently, he thrust Andre-Louis back, as if to make room for himself under the shelter. Not for a second was Andre-Louis under any delusion as to the man's deliberate purpose, nor were those who stood near him, who made a belated and ineffectual attempt to close about him. He was grievously disappointed. It was not Chabrillane he had been expecting. His disappointment was reflected on his countenance, to be mistaken for something very different by the arrogant Chevalier. But if Chabrillane was the man appointed to deal with him, he would make the best of it. "I think you are pushing against me, monsieur," he said very civilly, and with elbow and shoulder he thrust M. de Chabrillane back into the rain. "I desire to take shelter, monsieur," the Chevalier hectored. "You may do so without standing on my feet. I have a prejudice against anyone standing on my feet. My feet are very tender. Perhaps you did not know it, monsieur. Please say no more." "Why, I wasn't speaking, you lout!" exclaimed the Chevalier, slightly discomposed. "Were you not? I thought perhaps you were about to apologize."
"Apologize?" Chabrillane laughed. "To you? Do you know that you are amusing?"
He stepped under the awning for the second time, and again, in view of all, thrust Andre-Louis rudely back. "Ah!" cried Andre-Louis with a grimace. "You hurt me, monsieur. I have told you not to push against me. He raised his voice that all might hear him, and once more impelled M. de Chabrillane back into the rain. Now, for all his slenderness, his assiduous daily sword practice had given Andre-Louis an arm of iron. Also, he threw his weight into the thrust. His assailant reeled backwards a few steps, and then his heel struck a balk of timber left on the ground by some workman that morning, and he sat down suddenly in the mud. A roar of laughter rose from all who witnessed the fine gentleman's downfall. He rose, mud bespattered, in a fury, and in that fury sprang at Andre-Louis. Andre-Louis had made him ridiculous, which was altogether unforgivable. "You shall meet me for this," he spluttered. "I shall kill you for it." His inflamed face was within a foot of Andre-Louis'. Andre-Louis laughed. In the silence, everybody heard the laugh and the words that followed. "Oh, is that what you wanted? But why didn't you say so before? You would have spared me the trouble of knocking you down. I thought gentlemen of your profession invariably conducted these affairs with decency, decorum, and a certain grace. Had you done so, you might have saved your breeches." "How soon shall we settle this?" snapped Chabrillane, livid with real fury. "Whenever you please, monsieur. It is for you to say when it will suit your convenience to kill me. I think that was the intention you announced, was it not?" Andre-Louis was suavity itself. "Tomorrow morning, in the Bois, perhaps you will bring a friend." "Certainly, monsieur. Tomorrow morning, then. I hope we shall have fine weather. I detest the rain." Chabrillane looked at him almost with amazement. Andre-Louis smiled pleasantly. "Don't let me detain you now, monsieur. We quite understand each other. I shall be in the Bois at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "That is too late for me, monsieur." "Any other hour would be too early for me. I do not like to have my habits disturbed. 9 o'clock or not at all, as you please." "But I must be at the Assembly at 9 for the morning session." "I am afraid, monsieur, you will have to kill me first, and I have a prejudice against being killed before 9 o'clock. Now this was too complete a subversion of the usual procedure for M. de Chabrillane's stomach. Here was a rustic deputy assuming with him precisely the tone of sinister mockery which his class usually dealt out to their victims of the Third Estate. And to heighten the irritation, Andre-Louis, the actor, Scaramouche always, produced his snuff-box and proffered it with a steady hand to Le Chapelier before helping himself. Chabrillane, it seemed, after all that he had suffered, was not even to be allowed to make a good exit. "Very well, monsieur," he said. 9 o'clock, then, and we'll see if you'll talk as pertly afterwards." On that he flung away before the jeers of the provincial deputies. Nor did it soothe his rage to be laughed at by urchins all the way down the Rue Dauphine because of the mud and filth that dripped from his satin breeches and the tails of his elegant striped coat. But though the members of the Third had jeered on the surface, they trembled underneath with fear and indignation. It was too much. Legrand killed by one of these bullies, and now his successor challenged and about to be killed by another of them on the very first day of his appearance to take the dead man's place. Several came now to implore Andre-Louis not to go to the Bois, to ignore the challenge and the whole affair, which was but a deliberate attempt to put him out of the way. He listened seriously, shook his head gloomily, and promised at last to think it over. He was in his seat again for the afternoon session as if nothing disturbed him. But in the morning, when the assembly met, his place was vacant, and so was M. de Chabrien's. Gloom and resentment sat upon the members of the Third, and brought a more than usually acrid tone into their debates. They disapproved of the rashness of the new recruit to their body. Some openly condemned his lack of circumspection. Very few, and those only the little group in Le Chapelier's confidence, ever expected to see him again. It was, therefore, as much in amazement as in relief, that at a few minutes after 10, they saw him enter, calm, composed, and bland, and thread his way to his seat. The speaker occupying the rostrum at that moment, a member of the privileged, stopped short to stare in incredulous dismay. Here was something that he could not understand at all. Then, from somewhere, to satisfy the amazement on both sides of the assembly, a voice explained the phenomenon contemptuously. "They haven't met. He has shirked it at the last moment." It must be so, thought all. The mystification ceased, and men were settling back into their seats. But now, having reached his place, having heard the voice that explained the matter to the universal satisfaction, Andre-Louis paused before taking his seat. He felt it incumbent upon him to reveal the true fact. "Monsieur le Président, my excuses for my late arrival." There was no necessity for this. It was a mere piece of theatricality, such as it was not in Scaramouche's nature to forego. "I have been detained by an engagement of a pressing nature. I bring you also the excuses of M. de Chabrien. He, unfortunately, will be permanently absent from this assembly in future." The silence was complete. Andre-Louis sat down. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 8. The Paladin of the Third. Monsieur le Chevalier de Chabrien had been closely connected, you will remember, with the iniquitous affair in which Philippe de Vilmorin had lost his life. We know enough to justify a surmise that he had not merely been La Tour d'Azur's second in the encounter, but actually an instigator of the business. Andre-Louis may therefore have felt a justifiable satisfaction in offering up the Chevalier's life to the manes of his murdered friend. He may have viewed it as an act of common justice not to be procured by any other means. Also, it is to be remembered that Chabrien had gone confidently to the meeting, conceiving that he, a practised ferrier, had to deal with a bourgeois utterly unskilled in swordsmanship. Morally, then, he was little better than a murderer, and that he should have tumbled into the pit he conceived that he dug for Andre-Louis was a poetic retribution. Yet notwithstanding all this, I should find the cynical note on which Andre-Louis announced the issue to the assembly utterly detestable, did I believe it sincere. It would justify Aline of the expressed opinion which she held in common with so many others who had come into close contact with him, that Andre-Louis was quite heartless. You have seen something of the same heartlessness in his conduct when he discovered the faithlessness of La Binet, although that is belied by the measures he took to avenge himself. His subsequent contempt of the woman I account to be born of the affection in which for a time he held her. That this affection was as deep as he first imagined, I do not believe, but that it was as shallow as he would almost be at pains to make it appear by the completeness with which he affects to have put her from his mind when he discovered her worthlessness, I do not believe. Nor, as I have said, do his actions encourage that belief. Then again, his callous cynicism in hoping that he had killed Binet is also an affectation. Knowing that such things as Binet are better out of the world, he can have suffered no compunction. He had, you must remember, that rarely level vision which sees things in their just proportions, and never either magnifies or reduces them by sentimental considerations. At the same time, that he should contemplate the taking of life with such complete and cynical equanimity, whatever the justification, is quite incredible. Similarly now, it is not to be believed that in coming straight from the Bois de Boulogne, straight from the killing of a man, he should be sincerely expressing his nature in alluding to the fact in terms of such outrageous flippancy. Not quite to such an extent was he the incarnation of Scaramouche, but sufficiently was he so ever to mask his true feelings by an arresting gesture, his true thoughts by an effective phrase. He was the actor, always, a man ever calculating the effect he would produce, ever avoiding self-revelation, ever concerned to overlay his real character by an assumed and quite fictitious one. There was in this something of impishness, and something of other things. Nobody laughed now at his flippancy. He did not intend that anybody should. He intended to be terrible, and he knew that the more flippant and casual his tone, the more terrible would be its effect. He produced exactly the effect he desired. What followed in a place where feelings and practices had become what they had become is not difficult to surmise. When the session rose, there was a dozen spadasins awaiting him in the vestibule, and this time the men of his own party were less concerned to guard him. He seemed so entirely capable of guarding himself. He appeared, for all his circumspection, to have so completely carried the war into the enemy's camp, so completely to have adopted their own methods, that his fellows scarcely felt the need to protect him as yesterday. As he emerged, he scanned that hostile file, whose air and garments marked them so clearly for what they were. He paused, seeking the man he expected, the man he was anxious to oblige. But M. de La Tour d'Azyr was absent from those eager ranks. This seemed to him odd. La Tour d'Azyr was Chabrien's cousin and closest friend. Surely he should have been among the first today. The fact was that La Tour d'Azyr was too deeply overcome by amazement and grief at the utterly unexpected event. Also, his vindictiveness was held curiously in leash. Perhaps he, too, remembered the part played by Chabrillane in the affair at Gavrillac, and saw in this obscure Andre-Louis Moreau, who had so persistently persecuted him ever since, an ordained avenger. The repugnance he felt to come to the point with him, particularly after this culminating provocation, was puzzling even to himself. But it existed, and it curbed him now. To Andre-Louis, since Latour was not one of that waiting pack, it mattered little on that Tuesday morning who should be the next. The next, as it happened, was the young Vicomte de la Motte Royau, one of the deadliest blades in the group. On the Wednesday morning, coming again an hour or so late to the assembly, Andre-Louis announced, in much the same terms as he had announced the death of Chabrillane, that Monsieur de la Motte Royau would probably not disturb the harmony of the assembly for some weeks to come, assuming that he were so fortunate as to recover ultimately from the effects of an unpleasant accident, with which he had quite unexpectedly had the misfortune to meet that morning. On Thursday, he made an identical announcement with regard to the Vidame de Blavon. On Friday, he told them that he had been delayed by Monsieur de Troisquintin, and then, turning to the members of the Côte d'Or, and lengthening his face to a sympathetic gravity, "I am glad to inform you, messieurs, that Monsieur de Troisquintin is in the hands of a very competent surgeon, who hopes with care to restore him to your counsels in a few weeks' time." It was paralyzing, fantastic, unreal, and friend and foe in that assembly sat alike stupefied under those bland daily announcements. 4 of the most redoubtable spadacinicides put away for a time, one of them dead, and all this performed with such an air of indifference and announced in such casual terms by a wretched little provincial lawyer. He began to assume in their eyes a romantic aspect. Even that group of philosophers of the Côte Gauche, who refused to worship any force but the force of reason, began to look upon him with a respect and consideration which no oratorical triumphs could ever have procured him. And from the assembly, the fame of him oozed out gradually over Paris. Desmoulins wrote a panegyric upon him in his paper Les Révolutions, wherein he dubbed him the Paladin of the Third Estate, a name that caught the fancy of the people and clung to him for some time. Disdainfully was he mentioned in the Acte d'Apôtre, the mocking organ of the privileged party, so light-heartedly and provocatively edited by a group of gentlemen afflicted by a singular mental myopy. The Friday of that very busy week in the life of this young man, who even thereafter is to persist in reminding us that he is not in any sense a man of action, found the vestibule of the manège empty of swordsmen when he made his leisurely and expectant egress between Le Chapelier and Kersain. So surprised was he that he checked in his stride. "Have they had enough?" he wondered, addressing the question to Le Chapelier. "They have had enough of you, I think," was the answer. "They will prefer to turn their attention to someone less able to take care of himself." Now this was disappointing. Andre-Louis had lent himself to this business with a very definite object in view. The slaying of Chabrillane had, as far as it went, been satisfactory. He had regarded that as a sort of acceptable hors d'oeuvre. But the 3 who had followed were no affair of his at all. He had met them with a certain amount of repugnance, and dealt with each as lightly as consideration of his own safety permitted. Was the baiting of him now to cease, whilst the man at whom he aimed had not presented himself? In that case, it would be necessary to force the pace. Out there under the awning, a group of gentlemen stood in earnest talk. Scanning the group in a rapid glance, Andre-Louis perceived M. de La Tour d'Azyr amongst them. He tightened his lips. He must afford no provocation. It must be for them to fasten their quarrels upon him. Already the Acte des Apôtres that morning had torn the mask from his face and proclaimed him the fencing master of the Rue de Hasard, successor to Bertrand des Amis. Hazardous as it had been hitherto for a man of his condition to engage in single combat, it was rendered doubly so by this exposure, offered to the public as an aristocratic apologia. Still, matters could not be left where they were, or he should have had all his pains for nothing. Carefully looking away from that group of gentlemen, he raised his voice so that his words must carry to their ears. "It begins to look as if my fears of having to spend the remainder of my days in the Bois were idle." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the stir his words created in that group. Its members had turned to look at him, but for the moment that was all. A little more was necessary. Pacing slowly along between his friends, he resumed. "But is it not remarkable that the assassin of Lagrange should make no move against Lagrange's successor? Or perhaps it is not remarkable. Perhaps there are good reasons. Perhaps the gentleman is prudent." He had passed the group by now, and he left that last sentence of his to trail behind him, and after it sent laughter, insolent and provoking. He had not long to wait. Came a quick step behind him, and a hand falling upon his shoulder spun him violently round. He was brought face to face with M. de La Tour d'Azyr, whose handsome countenance was calm and composed, but whose eyes reflected something of the sudden blaze of passion stirring in him. Behind him, several members of the group were approaching more slowly. The others, like Andre-Louis' two companions, remained at gaze. "You spoke of me, I think," said the Marquis quietly. "I spoke of an assassin? Yes, but to these, my friends." Andre-Louis' manner was no less quiet. Indeed, the quieter of the two, for he was the more experienced actor. "You spoke loudly enough to be overheard," said the Marquis, answering the insinuation that he had been eavesdropping. "Those who wish to overhear frequently contrive to do so. I perceive that it is your aim to be offensive." "Oh, but you are mistaken, Monsieur le Marquis. I have no wish to be offensive. But I resent having hands violently laid upon me, especially when they are hands that I cannot consider clean. In the circumstances, I can hardly be expected to be polite." The elder man's eyelids flickered. Almost he caught himself admiring Andre-Louis' bearing. Rather, he feared that his own must suffer by comparison. Because of this, he enraged altogether and lost control of himself. "You spoke of me as the assassin of Lagrange. I do not affect to misunderstand you. You expounded your views to me once before, and I remember." "But what flattery, monsieur!" "You called me an assassin, then, because I used my skill to dispose of a turbulent hothead who made the world unsafe for me. But how much better are you? Monsieur the fencing master, when you oppose yourself to men whose skill is as naturally inferior to your own." Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's friends looked grave, perturbed. It was really incredible to find this great gentleman so far forgetting himself as to descend to argument with a canaille of a lawyer swordsman. And what was worse, it was an argument in which he was being made ridiculous. "I oppose myself to them?" said Andre-Louis in a tone of amused protest. "Ah, pardon, Monsieur le Marquis. It is they who chose to oppose themselves to me, and so stupidly. They push me, they slap my face, they tread on my toes, they call me by unpleasant names. What if I am a fencing master? Must I, on that account, submit to every manner of ill treatment from your bad-mannered friends? Perhaps had they found out sooner that I am a fencing master, their manners would have been better. But to blame me for that? What injustice!" "Comedian!" the Marquis contemptuously apostrophized him. "Does it alter the case? Are these men who have opposed you men who live by the sword like yourself?" "On the contrary, Monsieur le Marquis, I have found them men who died by the sword with astonishing ease. I cannot suppose that you desire to add yourself to their number." "And why, if you please?" La Tour d'Azyr's face had flamed scarlet before that sneer. "Oh!" Andre-Louis raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips a man considering. He delivered himself slowly. "Because, monsieur, you prefer the easy victim, the Legrands and Villemorins of this world, mere sheep for your butchering. That is why." And then the Marquis struck him. Andre-Louis stepped back. His eyes gleamed a moment. The next, they were smiling up into the face of his tall enemy. No better than the others, after all. Well, well. Remark, I beg you, how history repeats itself, with certain differences. Because poor Vilmorin could not bear a vile lie with which you goaded him, he struck you. Because you cannot bear an equally vile truth which I have uttered, you strike me. But always is the vileness yours. And now, as then, for the striker there is..." He broke off. "But why name it? You will remember what there is. Yourself you wrote it that day with the point of your too-ready sword. But there, I will meet you if you desire it, monsieur." "What else do you suppose that I desire? To talk?" Andre-Louis turned to his friends and sighed. "So that I am to go another jaunt to the Bois. Isaac, perhaps you will kindly have a word with one of these friends of Monsieur le Marquis and arrange for 9 o'clock tomorrow, as usual." "Not tomorrow," said the Marquis shortly to Le Chapelier. "I have an engagement in the country, which I cannot postpone." Le Chapelier looked at Andre-Louis. "Then, for Monsieur le Marquis's convenience, we will say Sunday at the same hour." "I do not fight on Sunday. I am not a pagan to break the holy day." "But surely the good God would not have the presumption to damn a gentleman of Monsieur le Marquis's quality on that account." "Ah, well, Isaac, please arrange for Monday, if it is not a feast day, or Monsieur has not some other pressing engagement. I leave it in your hands." He bowed with the air of a man wearied by these details, and threading his arm through Kersain's, withdrew. "Ah, Dieu de Dieu! But what a trick of it you have!" said the Breton deputy, entirely unsophisticated in these matters. "To be sure I have. I have taken lessons at their hands." He laughed. He was in excellent good humour, and Kersain was enrolled in the ranks of those who accounted Andre-Louis a man without heart or conscience. But in his Confessions he tells us, and this is one of the glimpses that reveal the true man under all that make-believe, that on that night he went down on his knees to commune with his dead friend Philippe, and to call his spirit to witness that he was about to take the last step in the fulfillment of the oath sworn upon his body at Gavrillac 2 years ago. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 9, Torn Pride. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azir's engagement in the country that Sunday was with Monsieur de Kercadiou. To fulfill it, he drove out early in the day to Meudon, taking with him in his pocket a copy of the last issue of Les Actes des Apôtres, a journal whose merry sallies at the expense of the innovators greatly diverted the Seigneur de Gavrillac. The venomous scorn it poured upon those worthless rapscallions afforded him a certain solatium against the discomforts of expatriation by which he was afflicted as a result of their detestable energies. Twice in the last month had Monsieur de La Tour d'Azir gone to visit the Lord of Gavrillac at Meudon, and the sight of Aline, so sweet and fresh, so bright and of so lively a mind, had caused those embers smouldering under the ashes of the past, embers which until now he had believed utterly extinct, to kindle into flame once more. He desired her as we desire heaven. I believe that it was the purest passion of his life, that had it come to him earlier, he might have been a vastly different man. The cruelest wound that in all his selfish life he had taken was when she sent him word, quite definitely after the affair at the Feydeau, that she could not again, in any circumstances, receive him. At one blow, through that disgraceful riot, he had been robbed of a mistress he prized, and of a wife who had become a necessity to the very soul of him. The sordid love of La Binet might have consoled him for the compulsory renunciation of his exalted love of Aline, just as to his exalted love of Aline he had been ready to sacrifice his attachment to La Binet. But that ill-timed riot had robbed him at once of both. Faithful to his word to Sautron, he had definitely broken with La Binet, only to find that Aline had definitely broken with him. And by the time that he had sufficiently recovered from his grief to think again of La Binet, the comedienne had vanished beyond discovery. For all this he blamed, and most bitterly blamed, Andre-Louis. That low-born provincial lout pursued him like a nemesis, was become indeed the evil genius of his life. That was it, the evil genius of his life. And it was odds that on Monday he did not like to think of Monday. He was not particularly afraid of death. He was as brave as his kind in that respect, too brave in the ordinary way, and too confident of his skill, to have considered even remotely such a possibility as that of dying in a duel. It was only that it would seem like a proper consummation of all the evil that he had suffered directly or indirectly through this Andre-Louis Moreau, that he should perish ignobly by his hand. Almost he could hear that insolent, pleasant voice making the flippant announcement to the assembly on Monday morning. He shook off the mood, angry with himself for entertaining it. It was maudlin. After all, Chabrillane and Lamotte-Royau were quite exceptional swordsmen, but neither of them really approached his own formidable caliber. Reaction began to flow as he drove out through country lanes flooded with pleasant September sunshine. His spirits rose. A premonition of victory stirred within him. Far from fearing Monday's meeting, as he had so unreasonably been doing, he began to look forward to it. It should afford him the means of setting a definite term to this persecution of which he had been the victim. He would crush this insolent and persistent flea that had been stinging him at every opportunity. Borne upward on that wave of optimism, he took presently a more hopeful view of his case with Aline. At their first meeting, a month ago, he had used the utmost frankness with her. He had told her the whole truth of his motives in going that night to the Feydeau. He had made her realize that she had acted unjustly towards him. True, he had gone no farther. But that was very far to have gone as a beginning. And in their last meeting, now a fortnight old, she had received him with frank friendliness. True, she had been a little aloof, but that was to be expected until he quite explicitly avowed that he had revived the hope of winning her. He had been a fool not to have returned before today. Thus, in that mood of new-born confidence, a confidence risen from the very ashes of despondency, came he on that Sunday morning to Meudon. He was gay and jovial with M. de Kercadiou, what time he waited in the salon for Mademoiselle to show herself. He pronounced with confidence on the country's future. There were signs already, he wore the rosiest spectacles that morning, of a change of opinion, of a more moderate note. The nation began to perceive whither this lawyer rabble was leading it. He pulled out the Acts of the Apostles and read a stinging paragraph. Then, when Mademoiselle at last made her appearance, he resigned the journal into the hands of M. de Kercadiou. M. de Kercadiou, with his niece's future to consider, went to read the paper in the garden, taking up there a position whence he could keep the couple within sight, as his obligations seemed to demand of him, whilst being discreetly out of earshot. The Marquis made the most of an opportunity that might be brief. He quite frankly declared himself, and begged, implored to be taken back into Aline's good graces, to be admitted at least to the hope that one day, before very long, she would bring herself to consider him in a nearer relationship. "Mademoiselle," he told her, his voice vibrating with a feeling that admitted of no doubt, "you cannot lack conviction of my utter sincerity. The very constancy of my devotion should afford you this. It is just that I should have been banished from you, since I showed myself so utterly unworthy of the great honor to which I aspired. But this banishment has no wise diminished my devotion. If you could conceive what I have suffered, you would agree that I have fully expiated my abject fault." She looked at him with a curious, gentle wistfulness on her lovely face. "Monsieur, it is not you whom I doubt. It is myself." "You mean your feelings towards me?" "Yes." "But that I can understand, after what has happened." "It was always so, monsieur," she interrupted quietly. "You speak of me as if lost to you by your own action, that is to say, too much. Let me be frank with you. Monsieur, I was never yours to lose. I am conscious of the honor that you do me. I esteem you very deeply." "But then," he cried, on a high note of confidence, "from such a beginning?" "Who shall assure me that it is a beginning? May it not be the whole? Had I held you in affection, monsieur, I should have sent for you after the affair of which you have spoken. I should at least not have condemned you without hearing your explanation. As it was..." She shrugged, smiling gently, sadly. "You see?" But his optimism, far from being crushed, was stimulated. "But it is to give me hope, mademoiselle. If already I possess so much, I may look with confidence to win more. I shall prove myself worthy. I swear to do that. Who, that is, permitted the privilege of being near you could do other than seek to render himself worthy?" And then, before she could add a word, M. de Kercadiou came blustering through the window, his spectacles on his forehead, his face inflamed, waving in his hand the Acts of the Apostles, and apparently reduced to speechlessness. Had the Marquis expressed himself aloud, he would have been profane. As it was, he bit his lip in vexation at this most inopportune interruption. Aline sprang up, alarmed by her uncle's agitation. "What has happened?" "Happened?" He found speech at last. "The scoundrel! The faithless dog! I consented to overlook the past on the clear condition that he should avoid revolutionary politics in the future. That condition he accepted, and now..." He smacked the news sheet furiously. "He has played me false again. Not only has he gone into politics once more, but he is actually a member of the Assembly. And what is worse, he has been using his assassin's skill as a fencing master, turning himself into a bully swordsman. My God! Is there any law at all left in France?" One doubt M. de La Tour d'Azyr had entertained, though only faintly, to mar the perfect serenity of his growing optimism. That doubt concerned this man Moreau and his relations with M. de Kercadiou. He knew what once they had been, and how changed they subsequently were by the ingratitude of Moreau's own behavior in turning against the class to which his benefactor belonged. What he did not know was that a reconciliation had been effected. For in the past month, ever since circumstances had driven Andre-Louis to depart from his undertaking to steer clear of politics, the young man had not ventured to approach Meudon, and, as it happened, his name had not been mentioned in La Tour d'Azyr's hearing on the occasion of either of his own previous visits. He learnt of that reconciliation now, but he learnt at the same time that the breach was now renewed, and rendered wider and more impassable than ever. Therefore, he did not hesitate to avow his own position. "There is a law," he answered. "The law that this rash young man himself evokes. The law of the sword." He spoke very gravely, almost sadly, for he realized that, after all, the ground was tender. "You are not to suppose that he is to continue indefinitely his career of evil and of murder. Sooner or later he will meet a sword that will avenge the others. You have observed that my cousin, Chabrillane, is among the number of this assassin's victims, that he was killed on Tuesday last. If I have not expressed my condolences here, it is because my indignation stifles at the moment every other feeling. The scoundrel! You say that sooner or later he will meet a sword that will avenge the others. I pray that it may be soon." The Marquis answered him quietly, without anything but sorrow in his voice. "I think your prayer is likely to be heard. This wretched young man has an engagement for tomorrow, when his account may be definitely settled." He spoke with such calm conviction that his words had all the sound of a sentence of death. They suddenly stemmed the flow of M. de Kercadiou's anger. The colour receded from his inflamed face. Dread looked out of his pale eyes. To inform M. de La Tour d'Azyr more clearly than any words that M. de Kercadiou's hot speech had been the expression of unreflecting anger, that his prayer that retribution might soon overtake his godson had been unconsciously insincere. Confronted now by the fact that this retribution was about to be visited upon that scoundrel, the fundamental gentleness and kindliness of his nature asserted himself. His anger was suddenly whelmed in apprehension. His affection for the lad beat up to the surface, making Andre-Louis's sin, however hideous, a thing of no account by comparison with the threatened punishment. M. de Kercadiou moistened his lips. "With whom is this engagement?" he asked in a voice that by an effort he contrived to render steady. M. de La Tour d'Azyr bowed his handsome head, his eyes upon the gleaming parquetry of the floor. "With myself," he answered quietly, conscious already with a tightening of the heart that his answer must sow dismay. He caught the sound of a faint outcry from Aline. He saw the sudden recoil of M. de Kercadiou. And then he plunged headlong into the explanation that he deemed necessary. "In view of his relations with you, M. de Kercadiou, and because of my deep regard for you. I did my best to avoid this, even though, as you will understand, the death of my dear friend and cousin Chabrillane seemed to summon me to action, even though I knew that my circumspection was becoming matter for criticism among my friends. But yesterday, this unbridled young man made further restraint impossible to me. He provoked me, deliberately and publicly. He put upon me the very grossest affront. And tomorrow morning in the Bois, we meet." He faltered a little at the end, fully conscious of the hostile atmosphere in which he suddenly found himself. Hostility from M. de Kercadiou, the latter's earlier change of manner had already led him to expect. The hostility of Mademoiselle came more in the nature of a surprise. He began to understand what difficulties the course to which he was committed must raise up for him. A fresh obstacle was to be flung across the path which he had just cleared, as he imagined. Yet his pride and his sense of the justice due to be done admitted of no weakening. In bitterness, he realized now as he looked from uncle to niece, his glance, usually so direct and bold, now oddly furtive, that though tomorrow he might kill Andre-Louis, yet even by his death, Andre-Louis would take vengeance upon him. He had exaggerated nothing in reaching the conclusion that this Andre-Louis Moreau was the evil genius of his life. He saw now that do what he would, kill him even though he might, he could never conquer him. The last word would always be with Andre-Louis Moreau. In bitterness, in rage, and in humiliation, a thing almost unknown to him, did he realize it? And the realization steeled his purpose, for all that he perceived its futility. Outwardly, he showed himself calm and self-contained, properly suggesting a man regretfully accepting the inevitable. It would have been as impossible to find fault with his bearing as to attempt to turn him from the matter to which he was committed. And so M. de Kercadiou perceived. "My God," was all that he said, scarcely above his breath, yet almost in a groan. M. de La Tour d'Azyr did, as always, the thing that sensibility demanded of him. He took his leave. He understood that to linger where his news had produced such an effect would be impossible, indecent. So he departed, in a bitterness comparable only with his erstwhile optimism. The sweet fruit of hope turned to a thing of gall even as it touched his lips. Oh, yes, the last word, indeed, was with Andre-Louis Moreau. Always. Uncle and niece looked at each other as he passed out, and there was horror in the eyes of both. Aline's pallor was deathly almost, and standing there now she wrung her hands as if in pain. "Why did you not ask him? Beg him?" she broke off. "To what end? He was in the right, and there are things one cannot ask, things it would be a useless humiliation to ask." He sat down, groaning. "Oh, the poor boy, the poor misguided boy." In the mind of neither, you see, was there any doubt of what must be the issue. The calm confidence in which La Tour d'Azyr had spoken compelled itself to be shared. He was no vainglorious boaster, and they knew of what a force as a swordsman he was generally accounted. "What does humiliation matter? A life is at issue, Andre's life." "I know. My God, don't I know? And I would humiliate myself if by humiliating myself I could hope to prevail. But Azyr is a hard, relentless man, and..." Abruptly, she left him. She overtook the Marquis as he was in the act of stepping his carriage. He turned as she called, and bowed. "Mademoiselle?" At once he guessed her errand, tasted in anticipation the unparalleled bitterness of being compelled to refuse her. Yet at her invitation he stepped back into the cool of the hall. In the middle of the floor of checkered marbles, black and white, stood a carved table of black oak. By this he halted, leaning lightly against it, whilst she sat enthroned in the great crimson chair beside it. "Monsieur, I cannot allow you so to depart," she said. "You cannot realize, monsieur, what a blow would be dealt my uncle if evil, irrevocable evil, were to overtake his godson tomorrow. The expressions that he used at first..." "Mademoiselle, I perceived their true value. Spare yourself. Believe me, I am profoundly desolated by circumstances which I had not expected to find. You must believe me when I say that. It is all that I can say." "Must it really be all? Andre is very dear to his godfather." The pleading tone cut him like a knife. And then, suddenly, it aroused another emotion, an emotion which he realized to be utterly unworthy, an emotion which, in his overwhelming pride of race, seemed almost sullying, yet not to be repressed. He hesitated to give it utterance, hesitated even remotely to suggest so horrible a thing as that in a man of such lowly origin he might conceivably discover a rival. Yet that sudden pang of jealousy was stronger than his monstrous pride. "And to you, mademoiselle, what is this Andre-Louis Moreau? To you. You will pardon the question, but I desire clearly to understand." Watching her, he beheld the scarlet stain that overspread her face. He read in it, at first, confusion, until the gleam of her blue eyes announced its source to lie in anger. That comforted him. Since he had affronted her, he was reassured. It did not occur to him that the anger might have another source. "Andre and I have been playmates from infancy. He is very dear to me, too. Almost I regard him as a brother. Were I in need of help and were my uncle not available, Andre would be the first man to whom I should turn. Are you sufficiently answered, monsieur? Or is there more of me that you would desire revealed?" He bit his lip. He was unnerved, he thought, this morning. Otherwise, the silly suspicion with which he had offended could never have occurred to him. He bowed very low. "Mademoiselle, forgive that I should have troubled you with such a question. You have answered more fully than I could have hoped or wished." He said no more than that. He waited for her to resume. At a loss, she sat in silence a while, a pucker on her white brow, her fingers nervously drumming on the table. At last she flung herself headlong against the impassive, polished front that he presented. "I have come, monsieur, to beg you to put off this meeting." She saw the faint raising of his dark eyebrows, the faintly regretful smile that scarcely did more than tinge his fine lips, and she hurried on. "What honor can await you in such an engagement, monsieur?" It was a shrewd thrust at the pride of race that she accounted his paramount sentiment, that had as often lured him into error as it had urged him into good. "I do not seek honor in it, mademoiselle, but I must say it, justice. The engagement, as I have explained, is not of my seeking. It has been thrust upon me, and in honor I cannot draw back." "Why? What dishonor would there be in sparing him? Surely, monsieur, none would call your courage in question. None could misapprehend your motives." "You are mistaken, mademoiselle. My motives would most certainly be misapprehended. You forget that this young man has acquired in the past week a certain reputation that might well make a man hesitate to meet him." She brushed that aside almost contemptuously, conceiving it the merest quibble. "Some men, yes, but not you, Monsieur le Marquis." Her confidence in him on every count was most sweetly flattering, but there was a bitterness behind the sweet. "Even I, mademoiselle, let me assure you, and there is more than that. This quarrel which Monsieur Moreau has forced upon me is no new thing. It is merely the culmination of a long-drawn persecution." "Which you invited," she cut in. "Be just, monsieur." "I hope that it is not in my nature to be otherwise, mademoiselle." "Consider, then, that you killed his friend." "I find in that nothing with which to reproach myself. My justification lay in the circumstances. The subsequent events in this distracted country surely confirm it." "And—" She faltered a little and looked away from him for the first time. "And that you... And what of Mademoiselle Binet, whom he was to have married?" He stared at her for a moment in sheer surprise. "Was to have married?" he repeated incredulously, dismayed almost. "You did not know that?" "But how do you?" "Did I not tell you that we are as brother and sister almost? I have his confidence. He told me before you made it impossible." He looked away, chin in hand, his glance thoughtful, disturbed, almost wistful. "There is," he said slowly, musingly, "a singular fatality at work between that man and me, bringing us ever each by turns athwart the other's path." He sighed, then swung to face her again, speaking more briskly. "Mademoiselle, until this moment I had no knowledge, no suspicion of this thing. But—" He broke off, considered, and then shrugged. "If I wronged him, I did so unconsciously. It would be unjust to blame me, surely.
In all our actions it must be the intention alone that counts.
But does it make no difference?
None that I can discern, mademoiselle. It gives me no justification to withdraw from that to which I am irrevocably committed. No justification, indeed, could ever be greater than my concern for the pain it must occasion my good friend, your uncle, and perhaps yourself, mademoiselle. She rose suddenly, squarely confronting him, desperate now, driven to play the only card upon which she thought she might count.
"Monsieur," she said, "you did me the honor today to speak in certain terms, to allude to certain hopes with which you honor me."
He looked at her almost in fear. In silence, not daring to speak, he waited for her to continue.
Will you please to understand, monsieur, that if you persist in this matter, unless you can break this engagement of yours tomorrow morning in the Bois, you are not to presume to mention this subject to me again, or indeed, ever again to approach me.
To put the matter in this negative way was as far as she could possibly go. It was for him to make the positive proposal to which she had thus thrown wide the door. "Mademoiselle, you cannot mean—"
"I do, monsieur. Irrevocably. Please to understand."
He looked at her with eyes of misery, his handsome, manly face as pale as she had ever seen it. The hand he had been holding out in protest began to shake. He lowered it to his side again, lest she should perceive its tremor. Thus, a brief second, while the battle was fought within him, the bitter engagement between his desires and what he conceived to be the demands of his honor, never perceived how far his honor was buttressed by implacable vindictiveness. Retreat, he conceived, was impossible without shame, and shame was to him an agony unthinkable. She asked too much. She could not understand what she was asking, else she would never be so unreasonable, so unjust. But also he saw that it would be futile to attempt to make her understand. It was the end. Though he kill Andre-Louis Moreau in the morning, as he fiercely hoped he would, yet the victory, even in death, must lie with Andre-Louis Moreau. He bowed profoundly, grave and sorrowful of face, as he was grave and sorrowful of heart. "Mademoiselle, my homage," he murmured, and turned to go.
"But you have not answered me,"
she called after him, in terror. He checked on the threshold and turned, and there, from the cool gloom of the hall, she saw him, a black, graceful silhouette against the brilliant sunshine beyond. A memory of him that was to cling as something sinister and menacing in the dread hours that were to follow. "What would you, mademoiselle? I but spared myself and you the pain of refusal." He was gone, leaving her
crushed and raging, she sank down again into the great red chair and sat there, crumpled, her elbows on the table, her face in her hands, a face that was on fire with shame and passion. She had offered herself, and she had been refused. The inconceivable had befallen her. The humiliation of it seemed to her something that could never be effaced. Startled, appalled, she stepped back, her hand pressed to her tortured breast. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 10. The Returning Carriage. Monsieur de Kercadiou wrote a letter. "Godson," he began, without any softening adjective, "I have learnt with pain and indignation that you have dishonoured yourself again by breaking the pledge you gave me to abstain from politics. With still greater pain and indignation do I learn that your name has become in a few short days a byword, that you have discarded the weapon of false, insidious arguments against my class, the class to which you owe everything, for the sword of the assassin. It has come to my knowledge that you have an assignation tomorrow with my good friend, Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr. A gentleman of his station is under certain obligations imposed upon him by his birth, which do not permit him to draw back from an engagement. But you labor under no such disadvantages. For a man of your class to refuse an engagement of honor, or to neglect it when made, entails no sacrifice. Your peers will probably be of the opinion that you display a commendable prudence. Therefore, I beg you, indeed, did I think that I still exercise over you any such authority as the favours you have received from me should entitle me to exercise, I would command you to allow this matter to go no farther, and to refrain from rendering yourself to your assignation tomorrow morning. Having no such authority, as your past conduct now makes clear, having no reason to hope that a proper sentiment of gratitude to me will induce to give heed to this my most earnest request, I am compelled to add that should you survive tomorrow's encounter, I can in no circumstances ever again permit myself to be conscious of your existence. If any spark survives of the affection that once you expressed for me, or if you set any value upon the affection which, in spite of all that you have done to forfeit it, is the chief prompter of this letter, you will not refuse to do as I am asking." It was not a tactful letter. Monsieur de Kercadiou was not a tactful man. Read it as he would Andre-Louis when it was delivered to him on that Sunday afternoon by the groom dispatched with it into Paris, could read into it only concern for Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, Monsieur de Kercadiou's good friend, as he called him, and prospective nephew-in-law. He kept the groom waiting a full hour while composing his answer. Brief though it was, it cost him very considerable effort and several unsuccessful attempts. In the end, this is what he wrote. Monsieur my godfather, you make refusal singularly hard for me when you appeal to me upon the ground of affection. It is a thing of which all my life I shall hail the opportunity to give you proofs, and I am therefore desolated beyond anything I could hope to express that I cannot give you the proof you ask today. There is too much between Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr and me. Also, you do me and my class, whatever it may be, less than justice when you say that obligations of honor are not binding upon us. So binding do I count them that, if I would, I could not now draw back. If hereafter you should persist in the harsh intention you express, I must suffer it. That I shall suffer, be assured. Your affectionate and grateful godson, Andre-Louis. He dispatched that letter by Monsieur de Kercadiou's groom, and conceived this to be the end of the matter. It cut him keenly, but he bore the wound with that outward stoicism he affected. Next morning at 8:15, as with Le Chapelier, who had come to break his fast with him, he was rising from table to set out for the Bois. His housekeeper startled him by announcing Mademoiselle de Kercadiou. He looked at his watch. Although his cabriolet was already at the door, he had a few minutes to spare. He excused himself from Le Chapelier and went briskly out to the anteroom. She advanced to meet him, her manner eager, almost feverish. "I will not affect ignorance of why you have come," he said quickly, to make short work. "But time presses, and I warn you that only the most solid of reasons can be worth stating." It surprised her. It amounted to a rebuff at the very outset, before she had uttered a word, and that was the last thing that she had expected from Andre-Louis. Moreover, there was about him an air of aloofness that was unusual where she was concerned, and his voice had been singularly cold and formal. It wounded her. She was not to guess the conclusion to which he had leapt. He made, with regard to her, as was but natural, after all, the same mistake that he had made with regard to yesterday's letter from his godfather. He conceived that the mainspring of action here was solely concern for Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. That it might be concern for himself never entered his mind. So absolute was his own conviction of what must be the inevitable issue of that meeting, that he could not conceive of anyone entertaining a fear on his behalf. What he assumed to be anxiety on the score of the predestined victim had irritated him in Monsieur de Kercadiou. In Aline it filled him with a cold anger. He argued from it that she had hardly been frank with him, that ambition was urging her to consider with favour the suit of Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. And than this, there was no spur that could have driven more relentlessly in his purpose, since to save her was in his eyes almost as momentous as to avenge the past. She conned him searchingly, and the complete calm of him at such a time amazed her. She could not repress the mention of it. "How calm you are, Andre." "I am not easily disturbed. It is a vanity of mine." "But, oh, Andre, this meeting must not take place." She came close up to him to set her hands upon his shoulders, and stood so, her face within a foot of his own.
"You know, of course, of some good reason why it should not," said he.
"You may be killed," she answered him, and her eyes dilated as she spoke. It was so far from anything that he had expected that for a moment he could only stare at her. Then he thought he had understood. He laughed as he removed her hands from his shoulders and stepped back. This was a shallow device, childish, and unworthy of her. "Can you really think to prevail by attempting to frighten me?" he asked, almost sneered. "Oh, you are surely mad! Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr is reputed the most dangerous sword in France."
"Have you never noticed that most reputations are undeserved? Chabrillane was a dangerous swordsman, and Chabrillane is underground. Lamotte Royau was an even more dangerous swordsman, and he is in a surgeon's hands. So are the other spadacinicides who dreamed of skewering a poor sheep of a provincial lawyer. And here today comes the chief, the fine flower of these bully swordsmen. He comes for wages long overdue. Be sure of that. So, if you have no other reason to urge..." It was the sarcasm of him that mystified her. Could he possibly be sincere in his assurance that he must prevail against Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr? To her, in her limited knowledge, her mind filled with her uncle's contrary conviction, it seemed that Andre-Louis was only acting. He would act a part to the very end. Be that as it might, she shifted her ground to answer him. "You had my uncle's letter?" "And I answered it." "I know. But what he said, he will fulfill. Do not dream that he will relent if you carry out this horrible purpose." "Come, now. That is a better reason than the other," said he. "If there is a reason in the world that could move me, it would be that. But there is too much between La Tour d'Azyr and me. There is an oath I swore on the dead hand of Philippe de Vilmorin. I could never have hoped that God would afford me so great an opportunity of keeping it." "You have not kept it yet," she warned him. He smiled at her. "True," he said, "but 9 o'clock will soon be here. Tell me," he asked her suddenly, "why did you not carry this request of yours to Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr?" "I did," she answered him, and flushed as she remembered her yesterday's rejection. He interpreted the flush quite otherwise. "And he?" he asked. "Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr's obligations..." she was beginning, and then she broke off to answer shortly. "Oh, he refused." So. He must, of course, whatever it may have cost him. Yet in his place I should have counted the cost as nothing. But men are different, you see." He sighed. "Also in your place, had that been so, I think I should have left the matter there. But then..." "I don't understand you, Andre." "I'm not so very obscure. Not nearly so obscure as I can be. Turn it over in your mind. It may help to comfort you presently." He consulted his watch again. "Pray, use this house as your own. I must be going." The Chapelier put his head in at the door. "Forgive the intrusion, but we shall be late, Andre, unless you..." "Coming," Andre answered him. "If you will await my return, Aline, you will oblige me deeply, particularly in view of your uncle's resolve." She did not answer him. She was numbed
He took her silence for assent, and bowing, left her. Standing there, she heard his steps going down the stairs together with Le Chapelier's. He was speaking to his friend, and his voice was calm and normal. Oh, he was mad, blinded with self-confidence and vanity. As his carriage rattled away, she sat down limply with a sense of exhaustion and nausea. She was sick and faint with horror. Andre-Louis was going to his death. Conviction of it, an unreasoning conviction, the result perhaps of all M. de Kercadiou's rantings, entered her soul. A while she sat thus, paralyzed by hopelessness. Then she sprang up again, wringing her hands. She must do something to avert this horror. But what could she do? To follow him to the Bois and intervene there would be to make a scandal, for no purpose. The conventions of conduct were all against her, offering a barrier that was not to be overstepped. Was there no one could help her? Standing there, half frenzied by her helplessness, she caught again a sound of vehicles and hoofs on the cobbles of the street below. A carriage was approaching. It drew up with a clatter before the fencing academy. Could it be Andre-Louis returning? Passionately she snatched at that straw of hope. Knocking, loud and urgent, fell upon the door. She heard Andre-Louis' housekeeper, her wooden shoes clanking upon the stairs, hurrying down to open. She sped to the door of the anteroom, and pulling it wide, stood breathlessly to listen. But the voice that floated up to her was not the voice she so desperately hoped to hear. It was a woman's voice, asking in urgent tones for Monsieur Andre-Louis. A voice, at first vaguely familiar, then clearly recognized. The voice of Madame de Plougastel. Excited, she ran to the head of the narrow staircase in time to hear Madame de Plougastel exclaim in agitation, "He has gone already? Oh, but how long since? Which way did he take?" It was enough to inform Aline that Madame de Plougastel's errand must be akin to her own. At the moment, in the general distress and confusion of her mind, her mental vision focused entirely on the one vital point. She found in this no matter for astonishment. The singular regard conceived by Madame de Plougastel for Andre-Louis seemed to her then a sufficient explanation. Without pausing to consider, she ran down that steep staircase, calling, "Madame! Madame!" The portly, comely housekeeper drew aside, and the two ladies faced each other on that threshold. Madame de Plougastel looked white and haggard, a nameless dread staring from her eyes. "Aline, you here!" she exclaimed, and then, in the urgency sweeping aside all minor considerations, "Were you also too late?" she asked. "No, madame. I saw him. I implored him. But he would not listen." "Oh, this is horrible!" Madame de Plougastel shuddered as she spoke. "I heard of it only half an hour ago, and I came at once to prevent it at all costs." The two women looked blankly, despairingly at each other. In the sunshine-flooded street, one or two shabby idlers were pausing to eye the handsome equipage with its magnificent bay horses and the two great ladies on the doorstep of the fencing academy. From across the way, the raucous voice of an itinerant bellows-mender raised in the cry of his trade, "À raccommoder les vieux soufflets." Madame swung to the housekeeper. "How long is it since Monsieur left?" 10 minutes, maybe. Hardly more." Conceiving these great ladies to be friends of her invincible master's latest victim, the good woman preserved a decently stolid exterior. Madame wrung her hands. 10 minutes. Oh! It was almost a moan. Which way did he go? The assignation is for 9 o'clock in the Bois de Boulogne, Aline informed her. Could we follow? Could we prevail if we did? Ah, my God! The question is, should we come in time? At 9 o'clock! And it wants but little more than a quarter of an hour. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu! Madame clasped and unclasped her hands in anguish. Do you know at least where in the Bois they are to meet? No, only that it is in the Bois. In the Bois! Madame flung into a frenzy. The Bois is nearly half as large as Paris. But she swept breathlessly on. Come, Aline, get in, get in! Then to her coachman, to the Bois de Boulogne, by way of the Cours la Reine, she commanded. As fast as you can drive. There are 10 pistoles for you if we are in time. Whip up, man! She thrust Aline into the carriage and sprang after her with the energy of a girl. The heavy vehicle, too heavy by far for this race with time, was moving before she had taken her seat. Rocking and lurching it went, earning the maledictions of more than one pedestrian whom it narrowly avoided crushing against a wall or trampling underfoot. Madame sat back with closed eyes and trembling lips. Her face showed very white and drawn. Aline watched her in silence. Almost it seemed to her that Madame de Plougastel was suffering as deeply as herself, enduring an anguish of apprehension as great as her own. Later, Aline was to wonder at this. But at the moment all the thought of which her half-numbed mind was capable was bestowed upon their desperate errand. The carriage rolled across the Place Louis XV and out onto the Cours la Reine at last. Along that beautiful tree-bordered avenue between the Champs-Élysées and the Seine, almost empty at this hour of the day, they made better speed, leaving now a cloud of dust behind them. But fast to danger point as was the speed, to the women in that carriage it was too slow. As they reached the barrier at the end of the Cours, 9 o'clock was striking in the city behind them, and every stroke of it seemed to sound a note of doom. Yet here at the barrier the regulations compelled a momentary halt. Aline inquired of the sergeant in charge how long it was since a cabriolet, such as she described, had gone that way. She was answered that some 20 minutes ago a vehicle had passed the barrier, containing the deputy Monsieur le Chapelier and the paladin of the Third Estate, Monsieur Moreau. The sergeant was very well informed. He could make a shrewd guess, he said, with a grin, of the business that took Monsieur Moreau that way so early in the day. They left him, to speed on now through the open country, following the road that continued to hug the river. They sat back mutely, despairing, staring hopelessly ahead, Aline's hand clasped tight in Madame's. In the distance, across the meadows on their right, they could see already the long, dusky line of trees of the Bois. And presently the carriage swung aside, following a branch of the road that turned to the right, away from the river and heading straight for the forest. Mademoiselle broke at last the silence of hopelessness that had reigned between them since they had passed the barrier. "Oh, it is impossible that we should come in time, impossible!" "Don't say it! Don't say it!" Madame cried out. "But it is long past 9, Madame. Andre would be punctual, and these affairs do not take long. It will be all over by now." Madame shivered and closed her eyes. Presently, however, she opened them again and stirred. Then she put her head from the window. "A carriage is approaching," she announced, and her tone conveyed the thing she feared. "Not already. Oh, not already." Thus Aline expressed the silently communicated thought. She experienced a difficulty in breathing, felt the sudden need of air. Something in her throat was throbbing, as if it would suffocate her. A mist came and went before her eyes. In a cloud of dust, an open calèche was speeding towards them, coming from the Bois. They watched it, both pale, neither venturing to speak. Aline, indeed, without breath to do so. As it approached, it slowed down, perforce, as they did, to effect a safe passage in that narrow road. Aline was at the window with Madame de Plougastel, and with fearful eyes both looked into this open carriage that was drawing abreast of them. "Which of them is it, madame? Oh, which of them?" gasped Aline, scarce daring to look, her senses swimming. On the near side sat a swarthy young gentleman unknown to either of the ladies. He was smiling as he spoke to his companion. A moment later, and the man sitting beyond came into view. He was not smiling. His face was white and set, and it was the face of the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. For a long moment, in speechless horror, both women stared at him, until, perceiving them, blankest surprise invaded his stern face. In that moment, with a long, shuddering sigh, Aline sank, swooning to the carriage floor behind Madame de Plougastel. End of Book 3, Chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 11. Inferences. By fast driving, Andre-Louis had reached the ground some minutes ahead of time, notwithstanding the slight delay in setting out. There he had found M. de la Tour d'Azyr already awaiting him, supported by a M. d'Ormesson, a swarthy young gentleman in the blue uniform of a captain in the Garde du Corps. Andre-Louis had been silent and preoccupied throughout that drive. He was perturbed by his last interview with Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, and the rash inferences which he had drawn as to her motives. "Decidedly," he had said, "this man must be killed." Le Chapelier had not answered him. Almost, indeed, had the Breton shuddered at his compatriot's cold-bloodedness. He had often of late thought that this fellow Moreau was hardly human. Also, he had found him incomprehensibly inconsistent. When first this spadassinicide business had been proposed to him, he had been so very lofty and disdainful. Yet having embraced it, he went about it at times with a ghoulish flippancy that was revolting, at times with a detachment that was more revolting still. Their preparations were made quickly and in silence, yet without undue haste or other sign of nervousness on either side. In both men the same grim determination prevailed. The opponent must be killed. There could be no half measures here. Stripped each of coat and waistcoat, shoeless and with shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow, they faced each other at last.
with the common resolve of paying in full the long score that stood between them. I doubt if either of them entertained a misgiving as to what must be the issue. Beside them, and opposite each other, stood Le Chapelier and the young captain, alert and watchful. "Allez, messieurs!" The slender, wickedly delicate blades clashed together, and after a momentary glissade were whirling, swift and bright as lightnings, and almost as impossible to follow with the eye. The Marquis led the attack, impetuously and vigorously, and almost at once Andre-Louis realized that he had to deal with an opponent of a very different metal from those successive duelists of last week, not excluding Le Mat Royaux, of terrible reputation. Here was a man whom much and constant practice had given extraordinary speed and a technique that was almost perfect. In addition, he enjoyed over Andre-Louis physical advantages of strength and length of reach, which rendered him altogether formidable. And he was cool, too, cool and self-contained, fearless and purposeful. Would anything shake that calm? Wondered Andre-Louis. He desired the punishment to be as full as he could make it, not content to kill the Marquis as the Marquis had killed Philippe. He desired that he should first know himself as powerless to avert that death as Philippe had been. Nothing less would content Andre-Louis. Monsieur le Marquis must begin by tasting of that cup of despair. It was in the account, part of the quittance due. As with a breaking sweep, Andre-Louis parried the heavy lunge in which that first series of passes culminated. He actually laughed, gleefully, after the fashion of a boy at a sport he loves. That extraordinary, ill-timed laugh made M. de La Tour d'Azyr's recovery hastier and less correctly dignified than it would otherwise have been. It startled and discomposed him, who had already been discomposed by the failure to get home with a lunge so beautifully timed and so truly delivered. He, too, had realized that his opponent's force was above anything that he could have expected, fencing master though he might be, and on that account he had put forth his utmost energy to make an end at once. More than the actual parry, the laugh by which it was accompanied seemed to make of that end no more than a beginning. And yet it was the end of something. It was the end of that absolute confidence that had hitherto inspired M. de La Tour d'Azyr. He no longer looked upon the issue as a thing foregone. He realized that if he was to prevail in this encounter, he must go warily and fence as he had never fenced yet in all his life. They settled down again, and again, on the principle this time that the soundest defense is in attack. It was the Marquis who made the game. Andre-Louis allowed him to do so, desired him to do so, desired him to spend himself and that magnificent speed of his against the greater speed that whole days of fencing in succession for nearly 2 years had given the master. With a beautiful, easy pressure of forte on foible, Andre-Louis kept himself completely covered in that second bout, which once more culminated in a lunge. Expecting it now, Andre-Louis parried it by no more than a deflecting touch. At the same moment he stepped suddenly forward, right within the other's guard, thus placing his man so completely at his mercy that, as if fascinated, the Marquis did not even attempt to recover himself. This time, Andre-Louis did not laugh. He just smiled into the dilating eyes of M. de La Tour d'Azyr, and made no shift to use his advantage. "Come, come, monsieur," he bade him sharply. "Am I to run my blade through an uncovered man?" Deliberately he fell back, whilst his shaken opponent recovered himself at last. Monsieur d'Ormesson released the breath which horror had for a moment caught. Le Chapelier swore softly, muttering, "Name of name! It is tempting Providence to play the fool in this fashion." Andre-Louis observed the ashen pallor that had now overspread the face of his opponent. "I think you begin to realize, monsieur, what Philippe de Vilmorin must have felt that day at Gavrillac. I desired that you should first do so. Since that is accomplished, why, here's to make an end." He went in with lightning rapidity. For a moment his point seemed to La Tour d'Azyr to be everywhere at once. And then, from a low engagement in sixth, Andre-Louis stretched forward with swift and vigorous ease to lunge in tierce. He drove his point to transfix his opponent, whom a series of calculated disengages uncovered in that line. But to his amazement and chagrin, La Tour d'Azyr parried that stroke. Infinitely more to his chagrin, La Tour d'Azyr parried it just too late. Had he completely parried it, all would yet have been well. But striking the blade in the last fraction of a second, the Marquis deflected the point from the line of his body, yet not so completely but that a couple of feet of that hard-driven steel tore through the muscles of his sword-arm. To the seconds, none of these details had been visible. All that they had seen had been a swift whirl of flashing blades, and then Andre-Louis stretched almost to the ground in an upward lunge that had pierced the Marquis's right arm just below the shoulder. The sword fell from the suddenly relaxed grip of La Tour d'Azyr's fingers, which had been rendered powerless, and he stood now disarmed, his lip in his teeth, his face white, his chest heaving, before his opponent, who had at once recovered. With the blood-tinged tip of his sword resting on the ground, Andre-Louis surveyed him grimly, as we survey the prey that through our own clumsiness has escaped us at the last moment. In the Assembly and in the newspapers, this might be hailed as another victory for the paladin of the Third Estate. Only himself could know the extent and the bitterness of the failure. Monsieur d'Ormesson had sprung to the side of his principal. "You are hurt!" he had cried stupidly. "It is nothing," said La Tour d'Azyr. "A scratch." But his lip writhed, and the torn sleeve of his fine cambric shirt was full of blood. D'Ormesson, a practical man in such matters, produced a linen kerchief, which he tore quickly into strips to improvise a bandage. Still Andre-Louis continued to stand there, looking on as if bemused. He continued so until Le Chapelier touched him on the arm. Then at last he roused himself, sighed, and turned away to resume his garments. Nor did he address or look again at his late opponent, but left the ground at once. As with Le Chapelier, he was walking slowly and in silent dejection towards the entrance of the Bois, where they had left their carriage. They were passed by the calèche conveying La Tour d'Azyr and his second, which had originally driven almost right up to the spot of the encounter. The Marquis's wounded arm was carried in a sling improvised from his companion's sword-belt. His sky-blue coat with 3 collars had been buttoned over this, so that the right sleeve hung empty. Otherwise, saving a certain pallor, he looked much his usual self. And now you understand how it was that he was the first to return, and that seeing him thus returning, apparently safe and sound, the two ladies, intent upon preventing the encounter, should have assumed their worst fears were realized. Madame de Plougastel attempted to call out, but her voice refused its office. She attempted to throw open the door of her own carriage, but her fingers fumbled clumsily and ineffectively with the handle. And meanwhile the calèche was slowly passing, La Tour d'Azyr's fine eyes somberly yet intently meeting her own anguished gaze. And then she saw something else. Monsieur d'Ormesson, leaning back again from the forward inclination of his body to join his own to his companion's salutation of the Countess, disclosed the empty right sleeve of Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's blue coat. More, the near side of the coat itself, turned back from the point near the throat where it was caught together by single button, revealed the slung arm beneath in its blood-sodden cambric sleeve. Even now she feared to jump to the obvious conclusion, feared lest perhaps the Marquis, though himself wounded, might have dealt his adversary a deadlier wound. She found her voice at last, and at the same moment signalled to the driver of the calèche to stop. As it was pulled to a standstill, Monsieur d'Ormesson alighted, and so met Madame in the little space between the two carriages. "Where is Monsieur Moreau?" was the question with which she surprised him. "Following at his leisure, no doubt, Madame," he answered, recovering. "He is not hurt?" "Unfortunately, it is we who..." Monsieur d'Ormesson was beginning, when from behind him Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's voice cut in crisply. "This interest on your part in Monsieur Moreau, dear Countess..." He broke off, observing a vague challenge in the air with which she confronted him. But indeed his sentence did not need completing. There was a vaguely awkward pause, and then she looked at Monsieur d'Ormesson. Her manner changed. She offered what appeared to be an explanation of her concern for Monsieur Moreau. "Mademoiselle de Kercadiou is with me. The poor child has fainted." There was more, a deal more she would have said just then, but for Monsieur d'Ormesson's presence. Moved by a deep solicitude for Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, de La Tour d'Azyr sprang up despite his wound. "I am in poor case to render assistance, madame," he said, an apologetic smile on his pale face. "But..." With the aid of d'Ormesson, and in spite of the latter's protestations, he got down from the calèche, which then moved on a little way, so as to leave the road clear for another carriage that was approaching from the direction of the Bois. And thus it happened that when a few moments later that approaching cabriolet overtook and passed the halted vehicles, Andre-Louis beheld a very touching scene. Standing up to obtain a better view, he saw Aline in a half-swooning condition. She was beginning to revive by now, seated in the doorway of the carriage supported by Madame de Plougastel. In an attitude of deepest concern, Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, his wound notwithstanding, was bending over the girl, whilst behind him stood Monsieur d'Ormesson and Madame's footman. The Countess looked up and saw him as he was driven past. Her face lighted. Almost it seemed to him she was about to greet him, or to call him. Wherefore, to avoid a difficulty arising out of the presence here of his late antagonist, he anticipated her by bowing frigidly. For his mood was frigid, the more frigid by virtue of what he saw, and then resumed his seat with eyes that looked deliberately ahead. Could anything more completely have confirmed him in his conviction that it was on M. de La Tour d'Azyr's account that Aline had come to plead with him that morning? For what his eyes had seen, of course, was a lady overcome with emotion at the sight of blood of her dear friend, and that same dear friend restoring her with assurances that his hurt was very far from mortal. Later, much later, he was to blame his own perverse stupidity. Almost is he too severe in his self-condemnation, for how else could he have interpreted the scene he beheld, his preconceptions being what they were? That which he had already been suspecting, he now accounted proven to him. Aline had been wanting in candour on the subject of her feelings towards M. de La Tour d'Azyr. It was, he supposed, a woman's way to be secretive in such matters, and he must not blame her, nor could he blame her in his heart for having succumbed to the singular charm of such a man as the Marquis. For not even his hostility could blind him to M. de La Tour d'Azyr's attractions. That she had succumbed was betrayed, he thought, by the weakness that had overtaken her upon seeing him wounded. "My God!" he cried aloud. "What must she have suffered, then, if I had killed him, as I intended? If only she had used candour with him, she could so easily have won his consent to the thing she asked. If only she had told him what now he saw, that she loved M. de La Tour d'Azyr, instead of leaving him to assume her only regard for the Marquis to be based on unworthy worldly ambition, he would at once have yielded. He fetched a sigh, and breathed a prayer for forgiveness to the shade of Vilmorin. "It is perhaps as well that my lunge went wide," he said. "What do you mean?" wondered Le Chapelier. "That in this business I must relinquish all hope of recommencing." End of Book 3, Chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 12. The Overwhelming Reason. M. de La Tour d'Azyr was seen no more in the manège, or indeed in Paris at all, throughout all the months that the National Assembly remained in session to complete its work of providing France with a constitution. After all, though the wound to his body had been comparatively slight, the wound to such a pride as his had been all but mortal. The rumour ran that he had emigrated, but that was only half the truth. The whole of it was that he had joined that group of noble travellers who came and went between the Tuileries and the headquarters of the émigrés at Coblentz. He became, in short, a member of the Royalist Secret Service that in the end was to bring down the monarchy in ruins.
As for Andre-Louis, his godfather's house saw him no more. As a result of his conviction that M. de Kercadiou would not relent from his written resolve never to receive him again if the duel were fought. He threw himself into his duties at the Assembly with such zeal and effect that when, its purpose accomplished, the Constituent was dissolved in September of the following year, membership of the Legislative, whose election followed immediately, was thrust upon him. He considered then, like many others, that the Revolution was a thing accomplished, that France had only to govern herself by the Constitution which had been given her, and that all would now be well. And so it might have been, but that the court could not bring itself to accept the altered state of things. As a result of its intrigues, half Europe was arming to hurl herself upon France, and her quarrel was the quarrel of the French king with his people. That was the horror at the root of all the horrors that were to come. Of the counter-revolutionary troubles that were everywhere being stirred up by the clergy, none were more acute than those of Brittany, and in view of the influence it was hoped he would wield in his native province, it was proposed to Andre-Louis by the Commission of 12, in the early days of the Girondin ministry, that he should go thither to combat the unrest. He was desired to proceed peacefully, but his powers were almost absolute, as is shown by the orders he carried, orders enjoining all to render him assistance and warning those who might hinder him that they would do so at their peril. He accepted the task, and he was one of the 5 plenipotentiaries dispatched on the same errand in that spring of 1792. It kept him absent from Paris for 4 months, and might have kept him longer, but that at the beginning of August he was recalled. More imminent than any trouble in Brittany was the trouble brewing in Paris itself, when the political sky was blacker than it had been since '89. Paris realized that the hour was rapidly approaching, which would see the climax of the long struggle between equality and privilege. And it was towards a city so disposed that Andre-Louis came speeding from the west, to find there also the climax of his own disturbed career. Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, too, was in Paris in those days of early August, on a visit to her uncle's cousin and dearest friend, Madame de Plogistel. And although nothing could now be plainer than the seething unrest that heralded the explosion to come, yet the air of gaiety, indeed of jocularity, prevailing at court, whither Madame and Mademoiselle went almost daily, reassured them. Monsieur de Plogistel had come and gone again, back to Coblenz, on that secret business that kept him now almost constantly absent from his wife. But whilst with her he had positively assured her that all measures were taken, and that an insurrection was a thing to be welcomed, because it could have only one conclusion, the final crushing of the revolution in the courtyard of the Tuileries. That, he added, was why the king remained in Paris. But for his confidence in that, he would put himself in the centre of his Swiss and his Knights of the Dagger and quit the capital. They would hack a way out for him easily if his departure were opposed. But not even that would be necessary. Yet in those early days of August, after her husband's departure, the effect of his inspiring words was gradually dissipated by the march of events under Madame's own eyes. And finally, on the afternoon of the 9th, there arrived at the Hôtel Plogistel a messenger from Meudon, bearing a note from M. de Kercadiou, in which he urgently bade Mademoiselle join him there at once, and advised her hostess to accompany her.
You may have realized that Monsieur de Kercadiou was of those who make friends with men of all classes. His ancient lineage placed him on terms of equality with members of the noblesse. His simple manners, something between the rustic and the bourgeois, and his natural affability placed him on equally good terms with those who by birth were his inferiors. In Meudon he was known and esteemed of all the simple folk, and it was Rougane, the friendly mayor, who, informed on the 9th of August of the storm that was brewing for the morrow, and knowing of Mademoiselle's absence in Paris, had warningly advised him to withdraw her from what in the next 24 hours might be a zone of danger for all persons of quality, particularly those suspected of connections with the court party. Now, there was no doubt whatever of Madame de Plougastel's connection with the court. It was not even to be doubted. Indeed, measure of proof of it was to be forthcoming, that those vigilant and ubiquitous secret societies that watched over the cradle of the young Revolution were fully informed of the frequent journeyings of Monsieur de Plougastel to Coblentz, and entertained no illusions on the score of the reason for them. Given, then, a defeat of the court party in the struggle that was preparing, the position in Paris of Madame de Plougastel could not be other than fraught with danger, and that danger would be shared by any guest of birth at her hotel. Monsieur de Kercadiou's affection for both those women quickened the fears aroused in him by Rougane's warning. Hence that hastily dispatched note, desiring his niece and imploring his friend to come at once to Meudon. The friendly mayor carried his complaisance a step farther, and dispatched the letter to Paris by the hands of his own son, an intelligent lad of 19. It was late in the afternoon of that perfect August day when young Rougane presented himself at the Hôtel Plougastel. He was graciously received by Madame de Plougastel in the salon, whose splendours, when combined with the great air of the lady herself, overwhelmed the lad's simple, unsophisticated soul. Madame made up her mind at once. Monsieur de Kercadiou's urgent message no more than confirmed her own fears and inclinations. She decided upon instant departure. "Bien, madame," said the youth. "Then I have the honor to take my leave." But she would not let him go. First to the kitchen to refresh himself, whilst she and Mademoiselle made ready, and then a seat for him in her carriage as far as Meudon. She could not suffer him to return on foot as he had come. Though in all circumstances it was no more than his due, yet the kindliness that in such a moment of agitation could take thought for another was presently to be rewarded. Had she done less than this, she would have known, if nothing worse, at least some hours of anguish even greater than those that were already in store for her. It wanted, perhaps, a half-hour to sunset when they set out in her carriage, with intent to leave Paris by the Porte Saint-Martin. They travelled with a single footman behind. Rougane, terrifying condescension, was given a seat inside the carriage with the ladies, and proceeded to fall in love with Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, whom he accounted the most beautiful being he had ever seen, yet who talked to him simply and unaffectedly as with an equal. The thing went to his head a little, and disturbed certain republican notions which he had hitherto conceived himself to have thoroughly digested. The carriage drew up at the barrier, checked there by a picket of the National Guard posted before the iron gates. The sergeant in command strode to the door of the vehicle. The Countess put her head from the window. "The barrier is closed, madame," she was curtly informed. "Closed?" she echoed. The thing was incredible. But do you mean that we cannot pass?" "Not unless you have a permit, madame." The sergeant leaned nonchalantly on his pike. "The orders are that no one is to leave or enter without proper papers." "Whose orders?" "Orders of the Commune of Paris." "But I must go into the country this evening." Madame's voice was almost petulant. "I am expected." "In that case, let madame procure a permit." "Where is it to be procured?" "At the Hôtel de Ville or at the headquarters of madame's section." She considered a moment. "To the section, then. Be so good as to tell my coachman to drive to the Bondy section." He saluted her and stepped back. "Section Bondy, Rue des Morts," he bade the driver. Madame sank into her seat again in a state of agitation fully shared by Mademoiselle. Rougane set himself to pacify and reassure them. The section would put the matter in order. They would most certainly be accorded a permit. What possible reason could there be for refusing them? A mere formality, after all. His assurance uplifted them merely to prepare them for a still more profound dejection, when presently they met with a flat refusal from the president of the section who received the Countess. "Your name, madame?" he asked brusquely, a rude fellow of the most advanced Republican type. He had not even risen out of deference to the ladies when they entered. He was there, he would have told you, to perform the duties of his office, not to give dancing lessons. "Plogistel," he repeated after her, without title, as if it had been the name of a butcher or baker. He took down a heavy volume from a shelf on his right, opened it, and turned the pages. It was a sort of directory of his section. Presently he found what he sought. "Comte de Plogistel, Hôtel Plogistel, Rue de Paradis, is that it?" "That is correct, monsieur," she answered, with what civility she could muster before the fellow's affronting rudeness. There was a long moment of silence, during which he studied certain penciled entries against the name. The sections had been working in the last few weeks much more systematically than was generally suspected. "Your husband is with you, madame?" he asked curtly, his eyes still conning that page. "Monsieur le Comte is not with me," she answered, stressing the title. "Not with you?" He looked up suddenly and directed upon her a glance in which suspicion seemed to blend with derision. "Where is he?" "He is not in Paris, monsieur." "Ah! Is he at Coblenz, do you think?" Madame felt herself turning cold. There was something ominous in all this. To what end had the sections informed themselves so thoroughly of the comings and goings of their inhabitants? What was preparing? She had a sense of being trapped, of being taken in a net that had been cast unseen. "I do not know, monsieur," she said, her voice unsteady. "Of course not," he seemed to sneer. "No matter. And you wish to leave Paris also? Where do you desire to go?" "To Meudon." "Your business there?" The blood leapt to her face. His insolence was unbearable to a woman who in all her life had never known anything but the utmost deference from inferiors and equals alike. Nevertheless, realizing that she was face to face with forces entirely new, she controlled herself, stifled her resentment, and answered steadily. "I wish to conduct this lady, Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, back to her uncle, who resides there." "Is that all? Another day will do for that, madame. The matter is not pressing." "Pardon, monsieur, but to us the matter is very pressing." You have not convinced me of it, and the barriers are closed to all who cannot prove the most urgent and satisfactory reasons for wishing to pass. You will wait, madame, until the restriction is removed. Good evening." "But, monsieur—" "Good evening, madame," he repeated significantly, a dismissal more contemptuous and despotic than any royal. "You have leave to go." Madame went out with Aline. Both were quivering with the anger that prudence had urged them to suppress. They climbed into the coach again, desiring to be driven home. Rougane's astonishment turned into dismay when they told him what had taken place. "Why not try the Hôtel de Ville, madame?" he suggested. "After that, it would be useless. We must resign ourselves to remaining in Paris until the barriers are opened again." "Perhaps it will not matter to us either way by then, madame," said Aline. "Aline!" she exclaimed in horror. "Mademoiselle!" cried Rougane on the same note. And then, because he perceived that people detained in this fashion must be in some danger not yet discernible, but on that account more dreadful, he set his wits to work. As they were approaching the Hôtel Plogistel once more, he announced that he had solved the problem. "A passport from without would do equally well," he announced. "Listen now, and trust me. I will go back to Meudon at once. My father shall give 2 permits, one for myself alone, and another for 3 persons, from Meudon to Paris and back to Meudon. I re-enter Paris with my own permit, which I then proceed to destroy, and we leave together, we 3, on the strength of the other one, representing ourselves as having come from Meudon in the course of the day. It is quite simple, after all. If I go at once, I shall be back tonight." "But how will you leave?" asked Aline. "I? Pooh! As to that, have no anxiety. My father is mayor of Meudon. There are plenty who know him. I will go to the Hôtel de Ville and tell them what is, after all, true, that I am caught in Paris by the closing of the barriers, and that my father is expecting me home this evening. They will pass me through. It is quite simple." His confidence uplifted them again. The thing seemed as easy as he represented it. "Then let your passport be for 4, my friend," Madame begged him. "There is Jacques," she explained, indicating the footman who had just assisted them to alight. Rougane departed, confident of soon returning, leaving them to await him with the same confidence. But the hours succeeded one another. The night closed in. Bedtime came, and still there was no sign of his return. They waited until midnight, each pretending for the other's sake to a confidence fully sustained, each invaded by vague premonitions of evil, yet beguiling the time by playing trick-track in the great salon, as if they had not a single anxious thought between them. At last, on the stroke of midnight, Madame sighed and rose. "It will be for tomorrow morning," she said, not believing it. "Of course," Aline agreed. "It would really have been impossible for him to have returned tonight, and it will be much better to travel tomorrow. The journey at so late an hour would tire you so much, dear madame." Thus they made pretense. Early in the morning they were awakened by a din of bells, the tocsins of the sections ringing the alarm. To their startled ears came later the rolling of drums, and at one time they heard the sounds of a multitude on the march. Paris was rising. Later still came the rattle of small arms in the distance, and the deeper boom of cannon. Battle was joined between the men of the sections and the men of the court. The people in arms had attacked the Tuileries. Wildest rumours flew in all directions, and some of them found their way through the servants to the Hôtel Plogistel, of that terrible fight for the palace, which was to end in the purposeless massacre of all those whom the invertebrate monarch abandoned there, whilst placing himself and his family under the protection of the Assembly, purposeless to the end, ever adopting the course pointed out to him by evil counsellors. He prepared for resistance only until the need for resistance really arose, whereupon he ordered a surrender, which left those who had stood by him to the last at the mercy of a frenzied mob. And while this was happening in the Tuileries, the two women at the Hôtel Plogistel still waited for the return of Rougane, though now with ever-lessening hope. And Rougane did not return. The affair did not appear so simple to the father as to the son. Rougane the elder was rightly afraid to lend himself to such a piece of deception. He went with his son to inform M. de Kercadiou of what had happened, and told him frankly of the thing his son suggested, but which he dared not do. M. de Kercadiou sought to move him by intercessions, and even by the offer of bribes. But Rougane remained firm. "Monsieur," he said, "if it were discovered against me, as it inevitably would be, I should hang for it. Apart from that, and in spite of my anxiety to do all in my power to serve you, it would be a breach of trust such as I could not contemplate. You must not ask me, monsieur." "But what do you conceive is going to happen?" asked the half-demented gentleman. "It is war," said Rougane, who was well informed, as we have seen. "War between the people and the court. I am desolated that my warning should have come too late. But when all is said, I do not think you need really alarm yourself. War will not be made on women." M. de Kercadiou clung for comfort to that assurance after the mayor and his son had departed. But at the back of his mind there remained the knowledge of the traffic in which M. de Plogistel was engaged. What if the revolutionaries were equally well informed? And most probably they were. The women folk, political offenders, had been known aforetime to suffer for the sins of their men. Anything was possible in a popular upheaval, and Aline would be exposed jointly with Madame de Plogistel. Late that night, as he sat gloomily in his brother's library, the pipe in which he had sought solace extinguished between his fingers, there came a sharp knocking at the door. To the old seneschal of Gavrillac, who went to open, there stood revealed upon the threshold a slim young man in a dark olive surcoat, the skirts of which reached down to his calves. He wore boots, buckskins, and a small sword, and round his waist there was a tricolour sash. In his hat a tricolour cockade, which gave him an official look extremely sinister to the eyes of that old retainer of feudalism, who shared to the full his master's present fears. "Monsieur desires?" he asked, between respect and mistrust. And then a crisp voice startled him. "Why, Benoit, name of name, have you completely forgotten me?" With a shaking hand, the old man raised the lantern he carried so as to throw its light more fully upon that lean, wide-mouthed countenance. "Monsieur Andre!" he cried. "Monsieur Andre!" And then he looked at the sash and the cockade, and hesitated, apparently at a loss. But Andre-Louis stepped past him into the wide vestibule, with its tessellated floor of black and white marble. "If my godfather has not yet retired, take me to him. If he has retired, take me to him all the same." "Oh, but certainly, Monsieur Andre, and I am sure he will be ravished to see you. No, he has not yet retired. This way, Monsieur Andre, this way, if you please." The returning Andre-Louis, reaching Meudon a half-hour ago, had gone straight to the mayor for some definite news of what might be happening in Paris that should either confirm or dispel the ominous rumours that he had met in ever-increasing volume as he approached the capital. Rougane informed him that insurrection was imminent, that already the sections had possessed themselves of the barriers, and that it was impossible for any person not fully accredited to enter or leave the city. Andre-Louis bowed his head, his thoughts of the gravest. He had for some time perceived the danger of this second revolution from within the first, which might destroy everything that had been done, and give the reins of power to a villainous faction that would plunge the country into anarchy. The thing he had feared was more than ever on the point of taking place. He would go on at once, that very night, and see for himself what was happening. And then, as he was leaving, he turned again to Rougane, and asked if M. de Kercadiou was still at Meudon. "You know him, monsieur?" "He is my godfather." "Your godfather? And you, a representative? Why, then you may be the very man he needs." And Rougane told him of his son's errand into Paris that afternoon, and its result. No more was required. That 2 years ago his godfather should, upon certain terms, have refused him his house weighed for nothing at that moment. He left his travelling carriage at the little inn and went straight to M. de Kercadiou. And M. de Kercadiou, startled in such an hour by this sudden apparition of one against whom he nursed a bitter grievance, greeted him in terms almost identical with those in which, in that same room, he had greeted him on a similar occasion once before. "What do you want here, sir?" "To serve you, if possible, my godfather," was the disarming answer. But it did not disarm M. de Kercadiou. "You have stayed away so long that I hoped you would not again disturb me." "I should not have ventured to disobey you now, were it not for the hope that I can be of service. I have seen Rougane, the mayor." "What's that you say about not venturing to disobey?" "You forbade me your house, monsieur." M. de Kercadiou stared at him, helplessly. "And is that why you have not come near me in all this time?" "Of course. Why else?" M. de Kercadiou continued to stare. Then he swore under his breath. It disconcerted him to have to deal with a man who insisted upon taking him so literally. He had expected that Andre-Louis would have come contritely to admit his fault and beg to be taken back into favour. He said so. "But how could I hope that you meant less than you said, monsieur? You were so very definite in your declaration. What expressions of contrition could have served me without a purpose of amendment? And I had no notion of amending. We may yet be thankful for that." "Thankful?" "I am a representative. I have certain powers. I am very opportunely returning to Paris. Can I serve you where Rougane cannot? The need, monsieur, would appear to be very urgent if the half of what I suspect is true. Aline should be placed in safety at once." M. de Kercadiou surrendered unconditionally. He came over and took Andre-Louis' hand. "My boy," he said, and he was visibly moved. "There is in you a certain nobility that is not to be denied. If I seemed harsh with you then, it was because I was fighting against your evil proclivities. I desired to keep you out of the evil path of politics that have brought this unfortunate country into so terrible a pass. The enemy on the frontier, civil war about to flame out at home. That is what you revolutionaries have done." Andre-Louis did not argue. He passed on. "About Aline?" he asked, and himself answered his own question. "She is in Paris, and she must be brought out of it at once, before the place becomes a shambles. As well it may, once the passions that have been brewing all these months are let loose. Young Rougane's plan is good. At least I cannot think of a better one." "But Rougane the elder will not hear of it."
You mean he will not do it on his own responsibility, but he has consented to do it on mine. I have left him a note over my signature to the effect that a safe conduct for Mademoiselle de Kercadiou to go to Paris and return is issued by him in compliance with orders from me. The powers I carry, and of which I have satisfied him, are his sufficient justification for obeying me in this. I have left him that note on the understanding that he is to use it only in an extreme case for his own protection. In exchange, he has given me this safe conduct." "You already have it?" M. de Kercadiou took the sheet of paper that Andre-Louis held out. His hand shook. He approached it to the cluster of candles burning on the console and screwed up his short-sighted eyes to read. "If you send that to Paris by young Rougane in the morning," said Andre-Louis, "Aline should be here by noon. Nothing, of course, could be done tonight without provoking suspicion. The hour is too late. And now, monsieur my godfather, you know exactly why I intrude in violation of your commands. If there is any other way in which I can serve you, you have but to name it whilst I am here." "But there is, Andre. Did not Rougane tell you that there were others?" "He mentioned Madame de Plougastel and her servant." "Then why..." M. de Kercadiou broke off, looking his question. Very solemnly, Andre-Louis shook his head. "That is impossible," he said. M. de Kercadiou's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Impossible?" he repeated. "But why?" "Monsieur, I can do what I am doing for Aline without offending my conscience. Besides, for Aline I would offend my conscience and do it. But Madame de Plougastel is in very different case. Neither Aline nor any of hers have been concerned in counter-revolutionary work, which is the true source of the calamity that now threatens to overtake us. I can procure her removal from Paris without self-reproach, convinced that I am doing nothing that anyone could censure, or that might become the subject of inquiries. But Madame de Plougastel is the wife of Monsieur le Comte de Plougastel, whom all the world knows to be an agent between the court and the émigrés." "That is no fault of hers," cried M. de Kercadiou through his consternation. "Agreed. But she may be called upon at any moment to establish the fact that she is not a party to these manoeuvres. It is known that she was in Paris today. Should she be sought tomorrow, and should it be found that she has gone, inquiries will certainly be made, from which it must result that I have betrayed my trust and abused my powers to serve personal ends. I hope, monsieur, that you will understand that the risk is too great to be run for the sake of a stranger." "A stranger?" said the seigneur reproachfully. "Practically a stranger to me," said Andre-Louis. "But she is not a stranger to me, Andre. She is my cousin, and very dear and valued friend. And, mon Dieu, what you say but increases the urgency of getting her out of Paris. She must be rescued, Andre, at all costs. She must be rescued. Why, her case is infinitely more urgent than Aline's." He stood a suppliant before his godson, very differently now from the stern man who had greeted him on his arrival. His face was pale, his hands shook, and there were beads of perspiration on his brow. "Monsieur my godfather, I would do anything in reason, but I cannot do this. To rescue her might mean ruin for Aline and yourself as well as for me." "We must take the risk." "You have a right to speak for yourself, of course." "Oh, and for you. Believe me, Andre, for you." He came close to the young man. "Andre, I implore you to take my word for that, and to obtain this permit for Madame de Plougastel." Andre looked at him, mystified.
"This is fantastic," he said. "I have grateful memories of the lady's interest in me for a few days, once when I was a child. And again, more recently in Paris, when she sought to convert me to what she accounts the true political religion. But I do not risk my neck for her. No, nor yours, nor Aline's." "Ah, but Andre..." "That is my last word, monsieur. It is growing late, and I desire to sleep in Paris." "No, no, wait!" The Lord of Gavrillac was displaying signs of unspeakable distress. "Andre, you must..." There was in this insistence, and still more in the frenzied manner of it, something so unreasonable that Andre could not fail to assume that some dark and mysterious motive lay behind it. "I must?" he echoed. "Why must I? Your reasons, monsieur?" "Andre, my reasons are overwhelming." "Pray allow me to be the judge of that." Andre-Louis' manner was almost peremptory. The demand seemed to reduce M. de Kercadiou to despair. He paced the room, his hands tight clasped behind him, his brow wrinkled. At last he came to stand before his godson. "Can't you take my word for it that these reasons exist?" he cried in anguish. "In such a matter as this? A matter that may involve my neck? Oh, monsieur, is that reasonable?" "I violate my word of honor. My oath, if I tell you." M. de Kercadiou turned away, wringing his hands, his condition visibly piteous, then turned again to Andre. "But in this extremity, in this desperate extremity, and since you so ungenerously insist, I shall have to tell you. God help me, I have no choice. She will realize that when she knows. Andre, my boy..." He paused again, a man afraid. He set a hand on his godson's shoulder, and to his increasing amazement, Andre-Louis perceived that over those pale, short-sighted eyes there was a film of tears. "Madame de Plougastel is your mother." Followed for a long moment utter silence. This thing that he was told was not immediately understood. When understanding came at last, Andre-Louis' first impulse was to cry out. But he possessed himself and played the stoic. He must ever be playing something. That was in his nature. And he was true to his nature even in this supreme moment. He continued, silent, until, obeying that queer histrionic instinct, he could trust himself to speak without emotion. "I see," he said at last, quite coolly. His mind was sweeping back over the past. Swiftly he reviewed his memories of Madame de Plougastel, her singular, if sporadic, interest in him, the curious blend of affection and wistfulness which her manner toward him had always presented. And at last he understood so much that hitherto had intrigued him. "I see," he said again, and added now, "Of course, any but a fool would have guessed it long ago." It was M. de Kercadiou who cried out, M. de Kercadiou who recoiled as from a blow. "My God, Andre, of what are you made? You can take such an announcement in this fashion." "And how would you have me take it? Should it surprise me to discover that I had a mother? After all, a mother is an indispensable necessity to getting oneself born." He sat down abruptly, to conceal the too revealing fact that his limbs were shaking. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to mop his brow, which had grown damp. And then, quite suddenly, he found himself weeping. At the sight of those tears streaming silently down that face that had turned so pale, M. de Kercadiou came quickly across to him. He sat down beside him and threw an arm affectionately over his shoulder. "Andre, my poor lad," he murmured. I was fool enough to think you had no heart. You deceived me with your infernal pretense. And now I see. He was not sure what it was he saw, or else he hesitated to express it. "It is nothing, monsieur. I am tired out, and I have a cold in the head." And then, finding the part beyond his power, he abruptly threw it up, utterly abandoned all pretense. Why has there been all this mystery?" he asked. "Was it intended that I should never know?" "It was, Andre. It had to be, for prudence sake." "But why? Complete your confidence, sir. Surely you cannot leave it there. Having told me so much, you must tell me all." "The reason, my boy, is that you were born some 3 years after your mother's marriage with M. de Plougastel, some 18 months after M. de Plougastel had been away with the army, and some 4 months before his return to his wife. It is a matter that M. de Plougastel has never suspected, and for gravest family reasons must never suspect. That is why the utmost secrecy has been preserved. That is why none was ever allowed to know. Your mother came betimes into Brittany, and under an assumed name spent some months in the village of Moreau. It was while she was there that you were born." Andre-Louis turned it over in his mind. He had dried his tears, and sat now, rigid and collected. "When you say that none was ever allowed to know, you are telling me, of course, that you, monsieur..." "Oh, mon Dieu, no!" The denial came in a violent outburst. M. de Kercadiou sprang to his feet, propelled from Andre's side by the violence of his emotions. It was as if the very suggestion filled him with horror. "I was the only other one who knew. But it is not as you think, Andre. You cannot imagine that I should lie to you, that I should deny you if you were my son." "If you say that I am not, monsieur, that is sufficient." "You are not. I was Therese's cousin, and also, as she well knew, her truest friend. She knew that she could trust me, and it was to me she came for help in her extremity. Once, years before, I would have married her. But, of course, I am not the sort of man a woman could love. She trusted, however, to my love for her, and I have kept her trust." "Then who was my father?" "I don't know. She never told me. It was her secret, and I did not pry. It is not in my nature, Andre." Andre-Louis got up and stood silently facing M. de Kercadiou. You believe me, Andre?"
"Naturally, monsieur."
"And I am sorry. I am sorry that I am not your son." M. de Kercadiou gripped his godson's hand convulsively, and held it a moment with no word spoken. Then, as they fell away from each other again, "And now, what will you do, Andre?" he asked. "Now that you know." Andre-Louis stood a while considering, then broke into laughter. The situation had its humours. He explained them. "What difference should the knowledge make? Is filial piety to be called into existence by the mere announcement of relationship? Am I to risk my neck through lack of circumspection on behalf of a mother so very circumspect that she had no intention of ever revealing herself? The discovery rests upon the merest chance, upon a fall of the dice of fate. Is that to weigh with me? The decision is with you, Andre." "Nay, it is beyond me. Decide it who can, I cannot." "You mean that you refuse, even now?" "I mean that I consent. Since I cannot decide what it is that I should do, it only remains for me to do what a son should. It is grotesque, but all life is grotesque." "You will never, never regret it." "I hope not," said Andre. "Yet I think it very likely that I shall. And now I had better see Rougane once again, and obtain from him the other 2 permits required. Then perhaps it will be best that I take them to Paris myself in the morning. If you will give me a bed, monsieur, I shall be grateful. I confess that I am hardly in case to do more tonight." End of Book 3, Chapter 12.